Uh-oh, shoot. I forgot to do my thing. I forgot to do my thing. Hold on a minute. There we go. There's my thing. Now go there. Hi everybody, if you can hear me. Let's see. Let me get the notifications. I forgot to do the thingy. What is this? Am I copying? Well, I wonder what that is to copy. Hi Pincella, are you watching me right now? It says you're my top fan. It says you're my #1. Are you watching right now, Pincella? You come up as the top fan. Hi, Bucky Ann. Oh, there's Pincella. She is in there. Hi, you're the top fan tonight. Hi, Bucky. Hi, White Angel. Hi, Sassy. Oh, here you all come. I just went top fans.
Hi, Bucky. Hi, White Angel. Hi, Sassy.
Now
hi, top fan.
Now there's 5 top fans. You know, they're Bucky Ann, Sassy, Darcy, White Angel, Pincella, and Easily Distracted. You all have 25 XP points. I don't know what that is, but you all have them. Okay. So, she's the top fan. No, well, no, that's not true, because there were more than that, and she is the top, and just like Bucky is the top right now, and Sassy's moved to the top. Now Sassy's moved to the top. #2 is Bucky. 3 is White Angel. Pincella moved from 1 to 4, and Easily Distracted is 5. So it has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with, I don't know, because she moved to 1. Now, did your number change to 4, Pincella? I wonder if Pincella types again and she's #4. Very strange. I don't know. Now, Linda has nothing. Let's see. Yeah, see how Linda doesn't have a number? But I wonder if they do. Oh, they do it with moderators because Bucky had a number. Okay, I don't know. I don't know where you can redeem those points. All right. Let's start talking. We're also going to cover that guy that, did you hear that American Idol guy that his wife was shot while he was home, 2 kids, and they think he did it, right?
No. Okay.
Did you hear that he did it? I have to check that out.
I haven't heard that at all, but I did hear that he was shot.
Okay, we have to check that out later.
I didn't know you were home.
We'll check that out. Bragging rights, right? Okay. Let's start. Today was interesting. Last night I told you guys about a reality series. Everybody was talking about it today. I made 2 shorts about it too. So I guess I was talking about it too, but everybody was talking about it. Now I just thought of something a little bit crazy. Hey, this case is crazy, so I can think of something crazy, right? Okay. I thought, what if this whole thing is being extended and strung out here because they're filming, and they are filming, okay? They have a series. This is not something that somebody's thinking, well, maybe this is being a series. No. They have a series called Desert Law. They filmed season 1 and season 2 back to back in the summer of 2025. So the sheriff allegedly doesn't star in the series, but he, let me see what my information on that series is. So my thought is, okay, we can move it from the most innocuous to the most obscene, right? The most innocuous would be that it's just a weird coincidence. They have a reality TV series. It just happened to debut the month January, before Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, February 1st, or right? And it's just a weird quinky dink. And maybe, they're not even thinking about it yet, but maybe they'll use the body cam footage and stuff in season 3, right? Then let's bring it to the other end of the pendulum, to the obscene. People and everybody could be thinking, is this entire thing staged? Now, there's people out there that think this is a hoax. People out there that think this is some kind of a, well, crazy movie. What if it was? What if this entire thing has been staged for this season? That's going to the most obscene, right? Because that would mean that the FBI, well, maybe the FBI doesn't know. Let's put it really obscene. The FBI doesn't know. Only the sheriff's department knows. And that's why they wanted that glove to go to that lab in Florida. That's the most obscene that people probably are thinking, right? Okay, so there you have, is it just a coincidence? Is it the worst you could imagine? Is it somewhere in between? So then the somewhere in between is, it's just a coincidence, but they're going to use this footage and all of this for season 3. So are they doing more because they're filming and they want to do more recording of stuff, especially if this is going to be season 3? That could be another thing. Why is there's a guy on Instagram. He's great. I think he's going to kill me. I think is he Zach Peter Unfiltered? He got so upset because the LA Times did a hit piece on streamers and streamers and YouTubers, and he did a collab because he's been talking about Nancy Guthrie every day on Instagram. Well, he did a collab with 2 other people, and in that hit piece, I don't remember her name, she mentioned the 2 other people, and she just put him as like another creator, and he goes, his last thing was like, I got another creator, hey, and her name, my name is this, don't forget it. But he says a lot of the same things that I do, okay? He says a lot of the same things that I do, like, why hasn't Nancy Guthrie's family put up money? Why haven't they been out searching? Why, like a lot of the same things. And so it's interesting. But he was appalled too about this new series, this reality TV series. And he always says that the sheriff is out, and I can't remember on it's not Dreamgirls tour, and it's not Showgirls. Oh, it's something along the lines that he's doing like a publicity tour. And that's certainly what it seems like, right? He's out there talking to the Daily Mail. He's out there talking to different YouTubers, reporters, for they get 15 minutes with him, and then they pull the next one in. But he doesn't give a press conference. He complains about rumors, but doesn't give a press conference. If you're worried about rumors, Sheriff Nanos, why don't you give a press conference? That would help a lot of people, because if you came right out there and dispelled rumors, but then a lot of people are going back to what he said about clearing the family, and they're pointing out a lot of inconsistencies. He said in one thing, the family was cleared within days. Well, but that's not the case. Okay? And that can be proven by going back on his other statements. So it's all over the place. His statements are all over the place. He's not giving any press conferences, but he's talking to the Daily Mail. He doesn't want rumors, but he won't have a press conference. Maybe it's getting in the way of him filming his reality TV series. I don't know. Though I don't think he's starring in it, but maybe he's on the sidelines. Who knows at this point? Do you know? I know he's wearing like a burgundy button-down dress shirt or something. Sitting, and he's like, haters are gonna hate. Have you seen him? Haters are gonna hate. He sounds more like a YouTube streamer than a sheriff. Sorry, not sorry. I can have my opinion. I am a YouTube streamer. Hey. Okay. Let me go to the other thing. I'm sorry I got wrapped up in that. But yeah. Who knows? You think this is not going to be season 3? Why would it? If they have a season 3, this would literally be their season 3. And I'm wondering, is it being extended until March? When are the sweeps? I know like television sweeps weeks, weren't they like in March? And then in May, right? Yeah, it's sweeps. When people watch television. I haven't watched television in years. I don't know how it works with reality series when they usually wrap up their filming. But I think they do usually wrap up their filming. If they've started in January, they usually wrap it up. I know that's how it was. Wasn't that for Gypsy Rose and stuff? Wasn't it wrapped up in March or something? But if they are wrapping it up, I mean, the best case scenario, I think a lot of people would like to see they're going to finish with a big, strong season finale of finding Nancy Guthrie alive, right? That would be lovely if they did that. If that was possible. A lot of people don't think that's possible now. I saw something on Nancy Grace earlier, and someone she was talking to said, baby, it's time we've got to face the reality that this is not a kidnapping, this is a homicide. And she got really upset and said, we're not even going there now because this is a kidnapping right now. So, yeah, but people are going there. Apparently, I've been told that the sheriff slipped the other day and said something about homicide. So, I don't know, but okay, let's go on with, I have some notes. So let's go through that first so I don't forget anything. So day 19. Day 19, Nancy Guthrie. Nobody knows where she is. And the reality TV angle has just become a full-blown controversy. I don't even think it's become a full-blown controversy yet because I don't think the majority of people know about it yet. I think a lot of people know about it and are thinking this is crazy, but who knows? So the Desert Law Season 3 theory, right? Pima County Sheriff's Department is currently starring in an A&E reality TV show called Desert Law. Seasons 1 and 2 were filmed back-to-back in 2025. They're airing right now on A&E. Now, social media is abuzz and are convinced that the Nancy Guthrie case is being produced for Season 3. Whether anybody believes it's a hoax or not, real or not, that it's going to be used in Season 3. Why? It says because the department is currently filming their real day-to-day police work for future episodes. So I guess their body camera is constantly looked at to see if it works for future episodes. That's what I'm taking from it. Unless the sheriff comes out and has a press conference and brings out some facts, we can only go on what we can go on, right? Now let's see, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of critics. There's a lot of streamers. There's a lot of Reddit sleuths. And they're asking, is the pressure to perform for the A&E cameras causing the sheriff to be making cinematic choices instead of forensic ones? Like, you have to ask yourself, haters are going to hate. Is that is that going to be used in an episode? Is he told to do stuff like that? Is he purposely doing stuff like that? Including the basketball game to decompress while Nancy was missing? Is that going to be like one of their like staged conflict things? Can you see it? I can see it. Next week, Sheriff Nanos' decision to go to a basketball game. Could it have just been the turning point? Right? They have something like that. I can't think right now off the cuff of what, but you know what I'm saying. And they'll show them at the game, right? They know how to edit this stuff. So there's an accomplice theory. And I have to say, I can't remember the name of I think it was a gentleman that was here last night. Criminal Network. I think it was Criminal Network. Was telling me that don't ask me how I know, right? Like Michael Corleone. Never ask me about my business again. Okay, don't ask me how I know. But I know, he said, that the picture without the backpack is from January 11th. And I've got to go back into what they asked the public for, but I think they said January 11th is what they specifically wanted camera footage for. And I believe that. I believe that they can only hold this stuff close so long. People talk. Word gets out. It may be true. That may be from January 11th. So, what someone was saying tonight, I was upstairs earlier and I was doing stuff, and I listened to Nancy Grace a little bit. I don't know who she had on, but she kept calling him by his first and last name like a teacher and was very stern. And he said, well, they think, though, that may be all the same night, but it just may be two people dressed in the exact same clothing and the exact same stature and everything. And she was like, called his name, and I don't remember what it was because I'm not really good with that names until I hear them a long time. Did you, I like you. Did you just hear what you said? Did you hear what you said? That they are two people that are the exact same size and stature, dressed in the exact same clothing? He's like, well, maybe it's not the exact clothing. And she's like, please, just stop. Okay? So, she doesn't buy that. But apparently, now, with the lights being damaged, the camera was being played with, so investigators are now saying this is kind of fitting a two-man digital footprint. So they're looking now, and also, again, and this guy mentioned it that was on Nancy Grace, again, what we've said. It is hard to manipulate, move a woman that cannot walk more than 50 feet or 50 yards, whatever it was, who doesn't want to go somewhere, right? And all that. So someone has a car parked down the road, someone has something, they have burner phones, who knows? But yeah, now they're saying there may be an accomplice. Okay. Next. DNA. Apparently, when the investigators the other day were in that house like crazy, they were going into every nook and cranny, everywhere in the house to try to find some DNA. And apparently, I believe they found some. That's also going to bring up, and I think, was it Nancy Grace that also said this? That when this goes to trial, Was the DNA planted? Is going to be how come you didn't find it until how come you didn't? It's going to can of worms stuff coming out. So let's see here. The FBI believes the pinky ring suspect did not work alone. Okay, and there is something I want to tell you about the okay, here we go. So all over in comments on social media, everybody's talking about the season 3 of Desert Law. Pima County Sheriff does have a show on A&E right now. That is true. We have to look at the facts, though. There was Nancy Guthrie's blood on the porch. The FBI's involved. You don't bring in the feds for a TV stunt. If they brought in the feds don't know it's a TV stunt, that would have some very dire consequences. Is the sheriff's department maybe a little too used to the cameras, perhaps, but Nancy's a real person. She's actually missing. But the thing is, don't think for a minute that this is not all going to be in season 3. And that's my opinion, 100%. If they're recording is this just something that was an unbelievable case that they're capitalizing on? I think so, but okay. Now let's see. What else do we have to talk? Oh, Nanos, okay, says that this reality show exists for transparency and recruitment, and that the department is not filming season 3 right now. However, he has been criticized for being too media savvy, which is fueling the idea that the investigation is more about image control than finding Nancy. So he did address the distraction of the snow. He said it's not being filmed right now. But he didn't say they're not going to be using the body camera films, right? All right. And then there was something else that was interesting. Let me see. So the other question critics are asking, is the sheriff trying to secure season 3, get it on the books there, by the biggest, how could you not have a season 3? Like, whatever they did in season 1 and 2 is not going to compare to a season 3, right, of the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. And this is the craziest rumor that's going around. And it is a rumor. I am telling you, this is a rumor that's going around. Sometimes rumors end up being truths. Sometimes they don't. But there are unverified claims on Reddit that the person under the mask resembles a production assistant or extra from the filming of seasons 1 and 2. Since I didn't see seasons 1 and 2, and I don't know who this is just a rumor that's going around on the lovely forums of Reddit. And put out there, FYI. Okay, let's see what we've got here now. Apparently, Michael Feldman, Savannah's husband, is joining search efforts in Tucson. It's funny. It almost seems like they listen to us, and then they do something. Has anybody seen Michael Feldman out there searching? I'm surprised because it's apparent like he doesn't even want to be out in public, so I don't know. You know what I thought too? Why did this man have to run and hide? Number one, isn't his wife talking to, what is that? They call him Sheriff Harvey now from TMZ. Isn't she talking to him? So if Sheriff Harvey had his people at the airport just asking, how he's holding up and stuff. Why did he walk out of there like he was Prince Andrew? Hiding from a scandal that had to slink down in the back of a car. Why? Why can't he walk with his head held high, thankful for the people that are helping them? Why is he slinking like that? That reminds me of someone that's guilty of something. That's weird. Weird. Sorry. Okay. That's my opinion again. I'm entitled to it. Just so you know. If you disagree with it, you're entitled to yours. And I'd love to, you can go ahead, put your opinion out there. It's fine. Okay, let me see what else I have. Viewers are noticing the contrast between, the people that have seen I have not seen Desert Law. I have not watched it. It's currently, like I said, it premiered in January. It's on. People can watch it on A&E. But viewers say they are noticing the contrast between the elite, high-intensity deputies that are portrayed on the show and the stalled search for Nancy in real life. Now, Sheriff Chris Nanos, he worked with the producers, but he hasn't as yet appeared in camera. Let's see what else we've got. And I'm going to go to the chat in a second. I can't see it right now, but I just want to go through these notes first so that I talk about everything that I wanted to. The FBI believes there's an accomplice. Is the reality TV crew lead a smoking gun? Just another dead end? And should the sheriff have sent the DNA to FBI Quantico lab instead of the private lab? Apparently, I guess I told you this, that Michael Feldman is supposed to be on a ground search crew. They have now that reward is $200,000. You know that, okay? So, but still, the Guthries haven't offered anything for tips or leads or Let's see here. An unknown male profile is currently being compared against millions in public databases. Remember, from the glove, we're still waiting on that. That could take, remember, 20 minutes or 7 years or more. And the critics are still going to Chris Nanus. Why didn't he send it to Quantico? And he says, nope. Florida Lab is handling the IgG. Moving it now would just reset the clock. Oh, the other thing, true crime bounty hunter. You heard about this one? Apparently that authorities are reviewing footage from a true crime bounty hunter style show that was filming in the Catalina foothills. There are reports that a member of the production crew or a featured hand may have been spotted in a local pawn shop trying to sell jewelry that resembles the pinky ring. That's it. I don't know. Apparently it's a low budget reality TV pilot. Now I don't know that they're talking about the sheriff's show. Is this another show? True crime bounty hunter? Or are there two reality shows? This is crazy. This is crazy. Of all places, there's two reality shows being filmed there? Are you kidding me? or is someone getting this mixed up? And I don't even, I can't. This is so crazy. So let's see. While the primary suspect was at the front door, there was a secondary heat signature or movement that was detected near the side of the house, indicating, this is why they believe there's an accomplice, that someone was cutting the lights while the other one disabled the camera. But then again, you can't use those two images and say that's two different people, when now we're being told by someone with boots on the ground that don't ask them how they know, but that other image is from another day. It's from January 11th, allegedly. Gang it. Not, it's what it is. Okay, let me go to the chat, then I'm going to go to the latest updates on Twitter. Okay, where's everybody here? Hello, hello, hello. So, let's see who I didn't get before. I had hello, Pencella, Bucky Ann, White Angel, Sassy Darcy, Easily Distracted, Linda, UHP, I'm in top chat, that's not good. Why is that not good? Because you don't see everything. Okay, Patty, hi Patty, One Eye, Twisted Stitches, White Angel, Crazy for Sure, she says, Lilighty, hello there. It makes me just sick that an old woman is missing and people are cashing in on it. They call me a scumbag. I don't hold a candle to these people. What people are you talking about? Which ones? Who are you talking about, UHP? Who? The streamers? The live streamers that are out there? Who are you talking about? Hi, Zigzag. Chat's always kind. Hello, everyone. Hello. Julie W. Hello, Julie W. Let's see. Did I miss? Frenchie Mama. Hi, Frenchie Mama. Hi, Carolyn. She says, I agree with you 100%. We need a press conference. We do. Okay. White Angel says, Julie, it was a journalist, and they targeted his car. It was blown up or something like that. Wait, what happened? What happened, White Angel? My apologies. Not Nancy reporting, but Savannah reporting. What? White Angel says, I'm surprised you watch Nancy Grace, Carolyn. I thought you didn't trust much of her. No, I like Nancy Grace. I do. I think she's passionate. She's wrong about a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong. But I think she's been wrong in a lot of cases. I don't think she either gets the right information or what, but I can do grain of salt, White Angel, okay? But I don't know, there's something that I don't watch her much. I haven't watched her in a long time. I watched her tonight when I was doing something upstairs, and only about 10 or 15 minutes, didn't watch the whole thing, but I think she's funny. I'd like to go, I don't know, I wouldn't mind having dinner or something with her. I think she's a nice person, and I think she's passionate, and I think she's, I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt. Hi, Bono Boo. Hi. He's my sheriff, and he's been a disgrace. Oh, so you're in Tucson, Bono Boo? And he's disgraceful? A journalist was targeted. Everything is about money. It's sick. Hi, Seeker. Something crossed my mind today. Was it me, White Angel? Oh, no. Do you think it's possible that something to do with the Olympics is related to this case? Maybe they didn't want Savannah, I think you mean Savannah, reporting. I remember. You mean Savannah, right? Oh, you're saying, I don't know. No, I'm not suggesting this was all a put. I told you we're going to go from the most innocuous to the most obscene, because there's all those theories out there. I'm relaying what's out there. I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth, buddy. Okay. When is season 3? What is happening? I don't know when season 3 is going to air. All right. Let's go back to the bottom now. Instead of the top, right? I'm going to the bottom of the chat because that's the newest part. Sounds weird, but it is. Julie W. says she's a tad behind, but hello. Bonaboo is in Tucson. Bonaboo, tell us, do you have any, did you know about this reality series, Bonaboo? Let me know. Does the town of Tucson know? Like, have you seen them filming this? Did you know this? Did they promote it? Tell us about, oh boy, tell us about this. Tell us about it. Tell us about it. Tell us about it. Why is apparently everyone? What site do you listen to? What site do you listen to get accurate information? Well, it depends on who you trust. It really does. You can look for stuff coming out of the Pima County Sheriff's Office. If you hear something that sounds crazy, try to get it verified by law. Either the law enforcement, that's what I'm trying to say, either the Sheriff's Department or the FBI. But then people are not trusting the sheriff, and the sheriff is saying things that can be shown that that's not exactly the truth. So, yeah. Okay. I don't know. One eye. It's crazy. Okay. Let's see if you meant Savannah. That's what I thought. Hi, Sean. How are you? I still like my prison rumor theory. Okay. If I say so myself. You know what, Sean? If you don't promote yourself, who's going to? If you don't believe in yourself, who's going to, right? I commend that. Let's see. Let's see what you said. Why 41 minutes in the house? They were looking for the safe. Why was the knapsack so full? They had safe cracking equipment in it. Is that what you think they were doing? They had safe cracking equipment in there? That's what they were doing? Do we know the woman had a safe? I'm sorry. I think the way they took care of those security cameras, not very well. She probably had one of those little Century safes that have a little keypad. If she had that, and I imagine the way that this has been handled, she could have had one with a little key, and the key was in the little key thing, keyhole. Okay. Oh yeah, did you ask? UHP, who's making money off cases that they're scumbags? Did he answer, Julie? I was wondering. Thank you, Julie. I forgot that I was waiting for a. I forgot I was waiting for an answer. Apparently, everyone is a scumbag. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. I don't believe that, but okay. I didn't know about the Desert Law series until just a few days ago. And you're living there, right, Bonaboo? Wow. No, either today. Okay, now Sean's saying no. Either today it was a prison rumor. A prison rumor? What's the prison rumor, Sean? You just said about the safe cracking, right? You said about the safe cracking? Okay, let me go get the newest. We're going to Twitter now. I can't see the chat. We got to go get the newest updates on X, which I still call Twitter because I hate when people change their names. But anyway, let's see what we got over here, okay? I'll be back to the chat in a minute. All right, let's see. Okay, now you see, now it's coming out that that picture, it's on the Twitters, it's on the X's, January 11th, February 1st. So we'll see. The sheriffs will have, does the sheriff going to address the rumors? He'll probably have a, he'll probably do that with, I know he's been doing on the Today Show, he's on the Daily Mail. Maybe he'll do that with, who's next? Maybe he'll go to Nancy Grace and dispel that rumor. If he's not going to hold a press conference, right? Right. All right, let's see. Okay, so now everybody is ablaze with the image without the backpack, as if they just saw it for the first time tonight. Okay. Let's see what we have here. All right. So running list. Okay. The area is under drone surveillance. Oh, I forgot to tell you, last night, apparently, people were crazed because there was a call somebody heard on a scanner that came through that there was a shovel next to a bush in some what they call national park, but then someone said, no, it's not a national park, it's a state park, whatever the freak it was, by the YMCA. And literally some guy, not anyone I had ever heard of before, his name begins with an M, he's trying to walk around in there with like no flashlight at night. The police had been there. They said it was nothing. Linda mentioned a good possibility of why there might be a shovel by a bush in this place, because there's homeless people that live there and they may bury their excrement, and that may be their bathroom. I don't know. I don't think Nancy was there. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Found in Tucson. What is this? Found in an abandoned house outside of downtown Tucson. What is this? Is this a joke? Who is this? Someone made... Oh, that's just crazy. Now someone said, what if Nancy Guthrie's captor is a journalist for a local station? So sad the case has gone cold. There's a lot of people saying that the case has gone cold. I don't think you can say that yet. Think about Idaho 4. Why is nobody talking about the drone in his backpack? Because nobody knows that there's a drone in his backpack, and I don't think there is, but okay. They're still talking about Nancy being related to that Kayla Day. It's not true, guys. That's been debunked multiple times. Let's see here. We've got the man in the porch video appeared to be wearing a ring under his black gloves. We already know that. Thank you, Nanos. We still haven't seen any new footage from those cameras they say they're working on, right? I guess that's taking extra long. Let's see. Prince Andrew was arrested today. In case you missed my subtle, did you get my subtle where I alluded to it subtly? About with Savannah's husband, that he didn't have to sneak through like that, like he was Prince Andrew. I hope that some people got that. Let's see. Okay. I think it would be very helpful, someone said, if the FBI would hold a press conference and take questions. I feel it's the only way we're going to get real answers, which will then help the public know where to find super good tips that might lead to finding Nancy Guthrie. People say, let's see here. What was going on next to Nancy Guthrie's house in November? What are you talking about? Where'd you get those pictures? Someone said that Tommaso Cioni is commenting on, yeah, honey, do you know that people make fake accounts all the time and comment as people in, please? That everyone is ignoring. Oh, everyone's ignoring this. Let's see. Man wearing similar backpack, only 0.5. Yeah, when is this, buddy? Similar backpack? Okay. Okay. Story within the story here. Okay, and we are going to go take, after this, I'm going to take a look at the Ohio case. And you know, just as I said that, they showed up on my feed. Because we're going to see Caleb Flynn, her husband, and I'm just going to take a brief detour here for a minute because we need to just think about other things in the world are happening other than Nancy Guthrie. The things that, deserve attention, like a 37-year-old woman being brutally murdered in her home, okay, in Ohio. And her husband, right there, Caleb Flynn, 39, he was, when was it, 2013, was on American Idol. And so this is really crazy because now they're saying he was charged. Hold on a minute, guys. This thing is saying he was charged. Let's see if that's the case. Caleb Flynn. Let's look it up. Nancy can wait a minute, right? Woman was killed here. I want to make sure this is correct. I've been meaning to look into this. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. If it sounded weird, it was weird, right? The public's not in any risk, but he was there. This guy, remember the loving thing he said about his wife on American Idol? 13 years ago. Yes, sirree. He was charged. He was charged after days-long investigation. We were hearing hints of it last night, right? We didn't know. We were going to wait, see if something came through. The husband of a woman who was killed in her Tip City home has been charged with murder. Caleb Carl Flynn, 39. So look what he did. Now his 2 children have essentially no parents. Why? Because they said something about an affair there. I don't know about that part of it yet. But probably like, I don't want to get a divorce. I don't want to pay child support. Or I don't want to split custody. Whatever it is. Now look what you've done. And you're not going to get away with this. Let's see. He was charged with 1 count of homicide, 2 counts of felonious assault, and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. Why didn't he get anything about child abuse? Because he did this with 2 children in the home. He's charged with the death of his wife, Ashley Flynn. I also thought there was nothing from him, no comment, not even to make out that he was devastated. I didn't see anything about that in any of the reporting. Tip City Police Department appreciates the community's patience and support while this collaborative investigative team worked diligently on this complex case. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the many agencies that have assisted and continue to assist in this investigation involving a tragic loss of life. Authorities found probable cause to charge Caleb with murder. However, specific investigative details were not released due to the ongoing investigation. Ashley was killed in her home on Cunningham Court on Monday morning. I'm very sorry. Investigators said that only Ashley, her husband, and their children were inside their home when someone reportedly broke in and shot her. So a neighbor, described them as the youngest family in the cul-de-sac. We were waving neighbors. They cut the grass, and we were working out there, and we'll wave at each other. That was about it. He was surprised to hear of Caleb's arrest. It's been very disconcerting. You think you know your neighbors. Let's see. Okay, one of the dispatch logs from Tip City Police first found out about the incident. The call makes references to a reporting party or the person who called 911. Someone broke into the reporting party's house. Unknown if they're still there, garage doors open, the dispatcher said. The dispatcher went on to say that a female was reportedly shot and not responding. The person who called 911 told dispatchers that there were kids in the home. They're not releasing the 911 calls at this time. They're part of the investigation. The prosecutor's office said They will release it when it's time to release it. Caleb remains booked in the Miami County Jail. Well, you said singing is your life. I guess maybe you can be like Jodi Arias and win the. Didn't she win the singing contest in jail, in prison, not jail, prison. Okay, let me go back here to this. All right, let's see. Okay, must stay abreast of other news. Absolutely. Hi, Margaret. Sad for those kids, right? Did everybody think, do you think like me? Did everybody think that he did this who was here last night? Yeah. Hey, we read this quote he, read on American Idol, and, yeah. I think Linda is 100% correct, White Angel says, with that shovel theory. That is just to cover BC up when the homeless go. In some areas, homeless people run a tight ship when it comes to living in their neck of the woods. The second picture without the backpack was not shown as much. Then everything was released at the same time, Julie, so I don't know. We showed it a lot here. I think the coverage places pressure, which is a good thing. Less likely to go cold, you said. Oh, you're talking about A&E. Okay, UHP. Got you. I keep getting flagged every time I try to talk about the movie In Cold Blood. Really, Sean? I don't know why. You're trying to talk about the movie In Cold Blood? I don't know why you're flagged. If you'd like to call in, you can let me know. You can call in and talk. You don't have to appear on camera if you'd like to talk about it. Let me know. One of the mods will give you an email. Nancy reported $32 billion worth of farm fraud at work, and now it's disappeared. What, Daddy Blunt? Nancy reported. You don't mean Nancy. Do you mean Nancy? Nancy's the 84-year-old woman, or are you talking about Nancy Grace? Carolyn, I found out the sheriff who is running the whole crazy circus. No. Margaret, if you'd been here last night, you would have learned it from us, number one. But number two, it's not on Netflix. It's on A&E. And it's called Desert Law. And look at my thumbnail. That's what I'm talking about. You see that tonight? It's in the thumbnail. You got to come here, Margaret. You'll get the scoop fast. So you wouldn't have learned about it today. You would have learned about it last night, girl. Where you been? Where you been, Margaret? You got to come here for the goods. No, either today. It was a prison rumor. Okay, you have a prison rumor? Okay, prison rumor. Yeah, everybody hit the likes, please. Thank you. Hi, Sandra Voss. How are you? Hi, Carolyn could have used a voiceover thing. There's a theory they're saying that they're going to say it's Annie, but isn't she going to see in the camera, though? Why is the camera broken and stuff? That's weird, right? I don't know. Very strange. Okay. Yes, as soon as I saw it, I knew he did it. Oh, you did? So, okay, you knew it too, Margaret, right? Okay, well, we'll follow that case, but yeah, I was going to follow it more. I didn't know he was arrested because I've been doing stuff, but So, let's see. Yeah, when you talked about it last night, it sounded like he did it. Poor kids, right? What was the point? Like, it's so crazy. and they think they're gonna not be detected. As soon as the officer says they don't believe anyone is in danger, how can that be if they don't suspect the husband? Come on. Okay, you're retired. I'll give you a pass, but try to get here, girl, because you never know what you're going to find out in one of these. So, all right, let's go to. There was something else real big too. Let me see something. Oh. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said he believes Nancy Guthrie was held somewhere close to her home. Now you read into that what you will. You read into that statement what you will. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said he believes Nancy Guthrie was held somewhere close to her home. What does that mean? Was held? Where's she now? Okay. Read into it what you will. Okay. And now we have Donald Trump. He is issuing 6 words to kidnappers if Nancy Guthrie is found dead. He says, let's see here, what are his 6 words? Oh. Authorities. Well, this seems like 7 words. This is like 7 words. That authorities will pursue very, very severe, this is 8 words now, consequences for those involved. That's 11 words now. That is talking about the death penalty. Very, very severe consequences. That's 4 words. Okay. Oh, someone's talking. Hold on a minute. A former sergeant is going to tell you the best case scenario regarding Nancy Guthrie. Let's hear what the best case scenario is. Do you want to hear what it is from a former sergeant? I also heard that the former sheriff of Pima County, I didn't see what he said, but I heard that he was taking issue with the current sheriff of Pima County. So let's see what this former Phoenix Police Department Sergeant Troy Hillman, retired cold case homicide sergeant. See what he said, okay? He said this on yesterday. The best case scenario is obviously find her alive. I don't know whether people are hard up for news. Like, what was the other thing somebody said? They said there's houses up there. People probably live there. There was also something that said they got some DNA that could possibly lead to the identity of the suspect. Now, this former retired cold case homicide sergeant is telling us the best case scenario is that obviously they find her alive. good to have somebody with the expertise like that to tell us those things that we probably wouldn't think of on our own. Oh, and then there's the second part. And they've got the bad guy and everybody can go home. And it'll take years to go to trial. Okay, that's great. Alrighty. I wish I could tell you that I'm joking or something. It's April Fool's. It's not April Fool's yet, okay? Oh, wait, we've got a disappointing update in Nancy Guthrie. Hold on. That's some breaking news coming in here. It's nearing the end of its third week. Investigators are continuing despite several lines of inquiry failing to produce results. On Wednesday, it was reported the FBI has been coordinating with Mexican law enforcement over a theory that Nancy Guthrie may have been taken across the border at some point. In a setback, officials later confirmed that Border Patrol camera footage showed no evidence that Nancy Guthrie was transported over U.S.-Mexico border. That comes after an ex-FBI agent revealed the hidden code word that Savannah used in her message to the kidnappers. So we're going to get that in a minute. Two officials briefed on the case said there was no indication she had crossed into Mexico. Okay. Since the investigation began, Pima County Sheriff's Office and later the FBI have remained in contact with authorities on both sides of the border to exchange information. Officials said that such cooperation is standard in cases unfolding close to international boundary lines. Okay. Border patrols don't require a confirmed lead. They require geographic proximity and a missing person. Both boxes are checked here. The outreach can involve sharing physical descriptions, potential evidence, and other details. The FBI maintains border liaison agents based in offices along the frontier who work directly with Mexican law enforcement on cross-border matters. Okay, so that's a dead end, right? So let's see what the code word is. You want to hear what the code word is according to an ex-FBI agent? Let's listen. See what this is about. Savannah Guthrie, get out of here, declared to potential kidnappers. Oh, this is an old thing. The family's willing to pay the ransom. Okay, how old is this? We're really hard up for news, right? We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. And this is very valuable to us, and we will pay. Okay. Jason Pack, is it? A former FBI special agent and crisis negotiator, spoke about the use of the word celebrate. The word celebrate stood out to that former FBI special agent. Savannah didn't say, surrender her, give her back. She said, return her to us so we can celebrate. That's a language of resolution, not confrontation. Okay. It worked well, not. Oh, wait a minute. The sheriff is breaking some silence about something? What's he breaking his silence about here? He hasn't been silent. He just hasn't been doing press conferences. He's been given a heck of a lot of interviews as if he's on the tour for a show. Oh, and of course, right now he's talking to Parade. Now he's at Parade. Let's see, he's on the magazine tour. Right now, our focus on this investigation, this is him and I'm quoting him. and serving the victims of this community, internal or political commentary distracts from the active investigation, and it's very unfortunate. My focus remains on justice and transparency. If that were true, Mr. Nanu Nanu, you would have a press conference. So you're a contradiction, a walking one. Let's see. It's common belief in this agency that the case has become an ego case for Sheriff Nanos. That's Sergeant Aaron Cross, president of the Pima County Deputies Organization. Sources familiar with the investigation say the FBI is growing frustrated nearly 3 weeks after Guthrie was last seen, with one saying, over 2 weeks into this, the police have made no leads, no progress. Let's see. Don't like it. Who said this? Oh, on Thursday, Donald Trump responded to the FBI's handling of the case. It's so crazy, it's so bad. I don't like it when they were going after the pacemaker. Before they started going after her, they were coming and reporting it. So if in fact they could do it that way, the person would say, well, I'm not going to let it happen, right? So bad things would happen. If they hadn't, they wouldn't let it happen. I can't imagine why they would have done that. In terms of strategy, it's one little piece. I don't know. We have to start reporting on other subjects also. We'll see what happens. It's a very sad situation. End quote. Oh my goodness, that guy from Grey's Anatomy that had ALS, he died. He wasn't that far advanced in that. I wonder what that... Oh my, that's so sad. Really sad. Okay. Suspicious deaths inside a Texas home ruled murder-suicide by 91-year-old mother. Did it? Really? Wow. Okay, let's see here. Let's go back and see what else we've got. We still haven't hit the tip of the iceberg. Oh, the online searches, right? You guys have heard about this. We haven't really done a lot of discussion about it. But let's take a look at this. According to Google Trends data that was reviewed, there were 63 searches in Arizona for Nancy's address on December 5th, 2025, followed by 66 searches on December 10th. Online searches for Nancy Guthrie's address in Arizona spiked in the weeks before her suspected kidnapping. The FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department believe Nancy was kidnapped in the middle of the night, pointing to surveillance footage that appears to show a masked, armed man tampering with the doorbell camera. Yeah, we saw that. Let's get to the point about the searches. So this was first, it says, reported, and Fox News gets the prize for that, okay? Because that's very important. They were the first, guys. Wednesday, February 18th. That's all they're going to tell us about it? Seriously? Okay, so they say that 66 searches December 10th and 63 searches on December 5th for Nancy's address. Now, Nancy's address, anybody's address really in the United States, is not hard to find. Why are there 63 searches and then 5 days later 66 searches? Do you think that's one person searching that? Weird. And then the search volume dropped back to 0. Didn't rise again until February 3rd. Okay. Very strange. Okay, now this is good. Let's see who this is. Private investigator believes the cartel abducted Nancy Guthrie but didn't take her to Mexico. Let's see who this private eye is. Private eye, Bill Garcia. How long's he been a private eye? 35 years. And he's best known in Southern California for solving many difficult missing person cases. In 2002, he figured out where a little girl's body had been dumped after authorities had spent weeks looking for her without any success. He also solved a mystery around a Loomis armored truck driver who went missing along with $3 million in cash. He tracked the driver down to a Cabo San Lucas luxury resort, partying and spending the money. Well, maybe we need him on the case. I don't know. The investigator, who is now based near Sacramento, has been paying close attention to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. He says it has become a really high-profile case. He says that particular area of Arizona is a high drug and money transporting area. And he also says it has deepened my belief that this in some way is related to a money-making venture by people involved with the cartel. He says the big giveaway is the person seen in the surveillance camera. The person doesn't appear to be very sophisticated. He does things a professional would not do. Okay, everybody and their brother has said this. For instance, the way he approaches the camera. Why would he pick up some shrubbery as if he didn't effectively cover up the camera? He also pointed to the clothing, the backpack, the holster. That's typically made in Mexico, too big for the gun he had. Okay, it's already been done. Just the appearance and mannerisms make me believe he's a low-level associate. If Nancy did come to the front door, I suspect there might have been some type of a struggle, most likely after the camera was removed. Police have found the blood on the porch, but not leading. No, this is a mistake right here. But none leading away from the door. Yes, they have found some leading away from the door. Garcia believes Guthrie was forced back into her home, where another kidnapper awaited, and she had to be taken out the back. Well, then how did the droplets get on the other part of the sidewalk unless he took her out the back and walked around and went on that part of the sidewalk and over to the driveway? Could be. I don't know. Let's see. Garcia doesn't believe that Nancy Guthrie was taken to Mexico due to the amount of surveillance and law enforcement between Tucson and Mexico. They would have to choose a location that's safe and where they're less likely to be caught in the act. And that's why he's suspecting she would be somewhat north of Tucson in that 100 to 130 mile area between Tucson and outside of Phoenix and Mesa, Arizona. that would be a more logical place to look for Nancy. Okay. Garcia told Border. Okay. No, I don't know what the heck we're doing there. He would never push himself onto an investigation, but if he was needed, he would be more than willing to lend his expertise. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Let's see what we got here about this Luke Daly. What's this about now? So the man briefly detained in the SWAT raid denies ties to Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping. Luke Daly, 37, and his 77-year-old mom. What day was when is this? Okay. Were whisked away on February 13th by FBI agents, and the local SWAT team came to their home 2 miles from where Savannah Guthrie's mother is believed to have been kidnapped from her bed in Tucson, Arizona. How do we know she was in her bed? What if she was on the couch watching TV? Daly was subject to 2 warrants. Okay, and let me see, put this out here for a sec. Picture, why aren't you working the right way? There we go. Daly was subject to 2 warrants, one on his mother's house and another on his Range Rover, according to his attorney, Chris Salepi, who insisted neither the mother or Luke had any link to Guthrie's disappearance. Mr. Daly and his mother were both detained while the search warrants were being executed. Neither Mr. Daly nor his mother were arrested in connection to this case or any other case, his lawyer said. Mr. Daly, and I quote, this is the lawyer, I guess, right here. Mr. Daly has no link whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie and has no information related to her kidnapping. Like the entire Tucson community, both Mr. Daly and his mother are hopeful that Nancy will be returned to her family unharmed, end quote. Daly was likely known to law enforcement in the area, having served 18 months in prison between 2019 and 2020 after he was convicted of solicitation of drugs, criminal damage, and flight from law. He was arrested again in 2022 and later convicted for selling drugs and sentenced to 4 years of probation. Daly was arrested again early last year in Marana, a city northwest of Tucson, for possession of fentanyl and a gun. The state moved to revoke his probation, but a judge allowed him to remain in public. Wow, that's great there, right? Okay, so let me see. DNA evidence collected from Guthrie's home, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we got that. Daly's DNA would be in CODIS because of his prior criminal history, but to date there have been 0 confirmed matches from any of the evidence collected. However, the Pima County Sheriff's Department revealed Wednesday that it uncovered new biological evidence that does not belong to Guthrie during a search of the Catalina Foothills house, and DNA profiles are under the lab analysis. Okay. What else we've got? Got that. Okay, now we've got something more. Hold on a moment. About the sheriff. We're gonna get to Prince Andrew's arrest. Don't worry. Prince Andrew's arrest is coming up. There are other things to discuss, but let's just get through a little bit of this. I'll go to Prince Andrew, then we'll go back. So now, let's put up Mr. Nanu. Picture, why aren't you working the way that you're supposed to? There you go. Now my ear is ringing. Someone's talking about me. 10. I think it's L. Could it be my son Luke, or is it another Luke? Who knows? Now where was I? According to a rising chorus of critics, the Nancy Guthrie investigation has been doomed by Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos' ego and his vendetta against the FBI. They say he has made many missteps, like leaving Nancy Guthrie's home unguarded in the hours after the crime, right? Taking down the crime scene tape. Baffling press interviews and a protracted investigation that so far has yielded no clear suspects or strong leads after more than 2 weeks. The FBI is desperate to take over the investigation, but cannot until the Guthrie family specifically asks, multiple law enforcement sources said. Get over here. Come on. It's a common belief in this agency that the case has become an ego case for Sheriff Nanos. And that was said by Sergeant Aaron Cross, president of the Pima County Deputies Organization. Nanos has been the primary source of information in this case. Well, not really, because he doesn't give press conferences. He does publicity tours. Granting multiple interviews to news outlets across the country and continuing to hold court with rambling press briefings in the aftermath of Nancy's disappearance. His decision to move away from general briefings to cozy chit-chats with individual journalists, where they get a 15-minute lead time, right, has led to conflicting reports, confusion, and a general sense that the sheriff is more interested in damage control than in clarity, as one law enforcement source said. The sheriff turned a serious investigation into a rolling spectacle, from questionable decisions to shifting narratives and a disastrous media cleanup tour that raised more questions than it answered. Leadership in moments like this require discipline, not damage control. Betsy Brantner Smith from the National Policing Association said, and I quote, "Nanos' failure to provide regular press briefings has added to the confusion." Luke, were you just talking about me?
What do you mean?
Oh, because my ear was ringing and it came on the letter L.
Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. This is Public Information Officer 101. I used to teach these classes. As a law enforcement organization, you have to communicate with the media, she said. You can't just stop talking to them or piecemeal out information. Nanos did not respond to a list of questions or to previous attempts to speak with him. And that Cross from the Sheriff's Deputies Association has been an outspoken critic. He has twice sued Nanos in federal court. He's accused the sheriff of badly mishandling the communications aspect of this case and said, and I quote, "If you're going to spend all day talking to media, instead, you can do a 1-hour press conference with someone capable of speaking clearly and professionally." Absolutely. What do you know?
Let's see the dates there.
The dates?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Let's see. At the center of Nanos' apparent unwillingness to relinquish control of the case appears to be a long-running feud with the FBI that dates back to 2015, when he was appointed the chief of the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That same year, the FBI began investigating the department for misuse of civil asset forfeiture funds. Nanos was never charged, but the sheriff at the time was indicted, and Nanos lost the subsequent 2016 election for sheriff. It's widely believed he thinks the FBI cost him the election, Cross said. Nanos was visibly furious in 2016 as he hit back at the FBI over its overspending allegations against his department, calling the claims total BS in an interview he did with KGUN 9. You can just see him seething with rage against the FBI, Cross said. That's the real Sheriff Nanos, the angry, vindictive guy. That's who we experience inside the department. The aw shucks kind of persona that he portrays is kind of the character that he puts on. Nanos was finally elected sheriff in 2020. You going to bed? You don't. What are you eating? What are you eating? Mangoes?
I'm getting chocolate milk.
Oh, chocolate. Let's see. He was, Cross was also placed on administrative leave at the time. Lapin file. Okay, So, yeah, well, you got to take from where it comes. This is the guy that sued him. So, yeah, there's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth. All right, let's see what else we got here. Nancy Guthrie. I guess they were in a... Oh, Brian Enton did go to a Mexican... And I love you. Brian Enton did go to a Mexican border town, I think, and they say that they were unaware of the Nancy Guthrie case. I believe is what's going on with that. Let me see. We have Nancy Lou Who, that's who. So Brian Enton went on assignment, and he took a trip into Nogales, Mexico. Nogales, in the state of Sonora, is about 60 miles south of Tucson, an hour's drive. Let's see, what did he do there? Let's see. Okay. What did he do there? Where did you go, Joe? Okay, here's some of the things that Brian Enton learned during his trip. What did we learn on the show tonight, Chris? Many locals with whom he spoke. He had his photographer, Daniel Manrique. The many locals were not familiar with the Guthrie case and did not know who Nancy Guthrie is. Well, I can give you a tip. If you go up to many places here, they won't know who Nancy Guthrie is, and many college campuses, you're not going to find that either. The border crossing has cameras, video cameras, to capture uninterrupted flow of traffic, and they could go back to find specific vehicles. It is possible to buy some drugs that are controlled in the U.S. without a prescription at Mexican pharmacies. What? That is something we need to know right now? Okay. So that's what he learned going over there. Now, okay. That was worth the trip. That was worth the trip. Okay, I'm going to go back, look at the chat, then we're going to talk a little bit about Prince Andrew, then we're going to go back to this. And then we're also going to go check in on that husband and wife case, and then any of the other breaking news that's going on, because other cases deserve time. So let me check in with the chat, then I'm going to go on to Prince Andrew, just tell you about, in case you've been under the rocks today, Prince Andrew, right? Okay, see who's talking here. Hi, B Lady Apiary. Lady B Lady. B Lady Apiary, Lady B. Lady, you know what I saw? A name, B Lady. Did you ever go under the name of, what was it? Lady B Apiary? Did you ever go under that name? Lady B Apiary? Or is that what it was? I'm trying to think, because, you know, I was going through some of my block list, and there was someone in there, and it was like Lady B Apiary or Lady Apiary. And now I can't think of what it was. Hi, High Speed. Hi, Megan Els. Let's see who else came in here when I was not looking. Uh-oh, he used the word, Bonaboo says he used the word was, right? Did. Everybody, please hit the likes. And you know what? If you like our channel and you like being here, we do a lot of things for our members and stuff, but we have like 3 memberships that are all less than a cup of coffee. Less than a cup of coffee. And it's one way to support the channel that's really nice, and we really appreciate it. So check out our memberships if you're not a member yet. We do movie nights, we do things like that. So yeah. Let's see now. My ears are ringing like crazy. I think a lot of people are talking about me tonight, but I'm not going to keep doing numbers. The mustache, oh, you're talking about, I know what you're talking about there. Okay, mustache. Fentanyl is a terrible drug. Let's see. Carolyn, I'll stop talking. Oh, thanks, Bucky. Thank you. That'll maybe a little less ringing. You heard some officials in the U.S. closer to the border are controlled by the cartels. Lady B Apiary, I think that was the name. And where's Lady? Prince Andrew's in a world of trouble. Okay, so let's look at Prince Andrew real quick of what happened today. And then I was trying to see if B Lady would answer me, but I don't know. Hi, Super Chat Cat. Hi, Gretchen Blue. Your husband says my ears aren't hurting, they're ringing. And usually when they do this, someone's talking about me, so I do a number, and then that number correlates to a letter of the alphabet, and then that person's usually talking about me. But I was waiting to see if B Lady was going to answer me before I go into Andrew, but I'm going to, because then I'm going to miss it, and I won't know, and I'll be thinking about it later tonight. But let me go over here. Let me do this. Prince Andrew, that's what I was doing. Okay. Forgot what I was doing already. I was waiting for. All right, let's get this. Let's get this party started here. Former Prince Andrew arrested and held for hours on suspicion of misconduct over ties to Epstein. Okay, so see what we got. Former Prince Andrew was arrested and held for hours by the British police Thursday on suspicion of misconduct in public office related to links to Jeffrey Epstein. This is an extraordinary move in a country where authorities once sought to shield the royal family from embarrassment. It's the first time in nearly for centuries that a senior British royal was placed under arrest, and it's underscored how deference to the monarchy has eroded in recent years. The frick should they be treated any differently than anybody else, right? So, come on, picture. Later. So now this, this is Prince Charles. Hold on a minute. King Charles, excuse me. Now he's a king. I'm not a big royal watcher. More of a wheel watcher than a royal watcher. Scooter likes to watch the royals. All right, King Charles III, whose late mother lived by the motto, "Never complain, never explain," took the unusual step of issuing a statement on the arrest of his brother, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He said, and I quote, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. As this process continues, it would not be right for me to comment further on this matter." End quote. Now, he was released after about 11 hours after being detained at his home in eastern England. He was photographed in a car leaving the police station, and that's what I was referring to back when I was talking about Savannah Guthrie's husband. Let's see what we got here. Police previously said they were assessing reports that Andrew sent trade information to Epstein when the former prince was Britain's special envoy for international trade. Correspondence between the two men was released by the U.S. Justice Department late last month, along with millions of pages of documents from the American investigation into Epstein. Following a thorough assessment, we have now opened an investigation into this allegation of misconduct in public office, said Assistant Chief Constable Oliver Wright. Police searched Andrew's home and his former residence at Royal Lodge in Windsor. Earlier in the day, pictures circulated online that appeared to show unmarked police cars at Wood Farm, Mountbatten Windsor's home in Sandringham, with plainclothes officers gathering outside. Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing in his association with Epstein. The allegations being investigated Thursday are separate from those made by Virginia Giuffre, who claimed she was trafficked to Britain to have relations with the prince in 2001 when she was just 17 years old, and she died by taking her own life last year. Her sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, said she was overjoyed when she got a phone call at 3 a.m. telling her the news of the former prince's arrest. But those feelings of elation were quickly complicated by the realization that she couldn't share the feelings of vindication with her sister. We can't tell her how much we love her and that everything she was doing is not in vain. And Sky Roberts, Rafi's brother, added that he thinks his sister would be celebrating the small victory along with them if she was still alive, but would be pushing for more accountability in both the United Kingdom and the United States based on those files. We need to unmask the co-conspirators and the potential perpetrators, and then we need to see indictments. Amanda Roberts said. So apparently this is the most spectacular fall from grace for any member of the royal family in modern times. And it may not be over yet. Thursday's arrest came a day after National Police Chiefs Council said it had created a group to assist forces across the UK that are assessing whether Epstein and his associates committed crimes in Britain, in addition to the concerns about Mountbatten Windsor's correspondence. Documents released by the U.S. suggest Epstein may have used his private jet to traffic women to and from Britain. Now, the president said, hold on a minute, let me get out of this, that Andrew's arrest was, I quote, a shame and very sad, end quote. Then he said, and I quote, I think it is so bad for the royal family, end quote. The documents also rocked British politics. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he had to fight off questions about his judgment after the papers revealed that Peter Mandelson, the man he appointed ambassador to the U.S., had a longer and closer relationship with Epstein than was previously disclosed. But it is the former Prince Andrew's relationship with Epstein that brought the scandal to the doors of Buckingham Palace and threatened to undermine support for the monarchy. This is the last time any member of senior British royal was arrested in almost 400 years. And that was after the king attempted to arrest lawmakers in the House of Commons in 1642, when hostilities erupted into the English Civil War, which ended with victory for the parliamentary forces of Oliver Cromwell. Charles I was arrested, tried, convicted of high treason, and beheaded. Off with his head. Okay. The late Queen Elizabeth II forced her second son to give up his royal duties and end his charitable work in 2019 after he tried to explain away his friendship with Epstein during a catastrophic interview with the BBC. And then, since October, King Charles has stripped his younger brother of the right to be called prince. He forced him to move out of the royal estate he occupied for more than 20 years. Out! And he issued a public statement supporting the woman and the girls abused by Epstein. Last week, the palace said it was ready to cooperate with police investigating Andrew. Okay, let's see what happened here. Emails between the two men showed Epstein offering to arrange a date between Andrew and a young Russian woman in 2010, and then Prince inviting Epstein to dinner at Buckingham Palace. Additional correspondence appears to show former Prince Andrew sending Epstein reports from a 2-week tour of Southeast Asia that he undertook in 2010 as Britain's trade envoy. Police did not release details of former Prince Andrew's interview or questioning at a small-town police station. An expert, Danny Shaw, an expert on law enforcement in the UK, told the BBC that the former prince would likely be placed in a cell in a custody suite with just a bed and a toilet to wait for his police interview, and there'll be no special treatment for him. Nothing for you, sir. Okay. So what do you guys think about that? Are any of you royal watchers? Anybody a royal watcher? Hi, Dookie Daisy. How are you? How are you doing? Anybody a royal watcher? Where's Scooter, the royal watcher? Scooter. Scooter, the royal watcher. Okay, let's see what's going on. Did the bee lady ever answer me about Lady B, Lady B, Lady B, Lady B, Lady? No, it was Lady B Aviary, Lady B Aviary, or something like that. She never answered me, the bee lady. Bee lady, why aren't you answering me? Why are you ignoring me? I don't like it. Hold on, I gotta put my phone on the charger. Please answer me. And if any of the moderators see if I'm not watching chat and I miss it, you're just finishing work. Hi, Dookie Daisy. Okay, let's see. I emailed you a video. One of the folks I follow made. I think he knows who made it, but I have not asked him yet. Okay, I can't watch other people's videos right now, but that was you? That was you, Bee Lady? Lady B? How did you end up getting blocked? I found you on a block list. Do you know that? Were you a bad girl in here before that somebody blocked you? How come you were on the block list? Oh, that you only have one. Okay, good. So that wasn't you? That was another bad girl. I don't know what she did. But I found her on the block list and I was like, what's this? Okay, so you're good. Okay, good. Then that makes me feel better because I was like, who's this Lady B? Let me put this on the charger. I feel better now. Thank you for answering. I've got to put my watch on the charger too. Got to put the watch on the charger. All right, now. Let's go. You keep getting, what, kicked out? Why? Who's kicking you out, Dookie? By YouTube? That's not nice. Okay, let's see where we're going to go from here now. Carol and I always come in chatting away. Oh, you have to get coordinated? Okay. I used to watch him when Princess Diana was alive. You used to watch who when Princess Diana was alive? You mean you used to watch the royals? Okay. All right, let's go now. We're going to see if there's, let's just see what else is brewing. Brewing stuff, right? Let's see what's brewing now since it's happening. Last night, you know, we were going in about that reality TV series in the morning. It was exploding. Come on, hamsters are taking a long time tonight. Come on, hamsters. There they go. All right, new chilling. What is this now? It's not new. Okay, I'm going to go back on the thing over here. Let's see what we got. That was Ashley Flynn. Oh yeah, I wanted to see. About Ashley Flynn. Someone said, I will never understand it. If you want to leave your partner, there are so many ways to do so. Yeah, what's his name? Neil Simon. Wait, there's 50 ways to leave your lover. That was Simon was that Simon and Garfunkel? Wait, Paul Simon? Was that Paul Simon on his own? Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Okay. If you want to leave your partner, maybe they should bring back that song. There are so many ways to do so in a loving, peaceful way. Also, prenups should become more normalized, so things like this happen less and less. It's always about, I don't want to pay her. Effing losers. She's dead, and now the children have no parents. She was a beautiful woman. Prayers go out to the children. Narcissism plus psychopath seems to be the makeup of too many men. Can we breed that shite out or what? We need serious intervention. So it says, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's start. I want to just go over this case a little bit now. I'm going to keep switching it around. Yes, we will go back to Nancy. I've already covered everything. You've got no clickbait, but I'm going to keep going to see if we have anything that comes in new. But we are going to go around to different stories because there is stuff happening that's not just Nancy Guthrie. And other things deserve attention too. Like a woman that was killed in her home. So here's what happened. Because we went into this a little bit yesterday. Early Monday morning, February 16th, at about 2:30 to 2:31 a.m., police in Tip City got a 911 call from Caleb Flynn. He said there'd been a burglary, home invasion at their house. It's in the 900 block of Cunningham Court. He told the dispatcher that an intruder had broken in and told them about forced entry. And this intruder shot his wife, Ashley Flynn, 37, and fled. The two young kids were also in the house. Officers arrived. They found Ashley, a beloved former teacher, substitute in Tip City schools, and a volleyball coach, shot multiple times. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Caleb and the children were unharmed. Initially, it looked like a tragic, random burglary gone wrong. The community, heartbroken, of course. Ashley was a loved, devoted Christian mom, active in her faith, and local sports education scene. Caleb told authorities that he had been sleeping on the couch. Now, I heard that it was due that he wasn't feeling well. And somebody else did this same thing. They had said they slept on the couch for a reason. And remember that? I forget what case that was. But he woke up to the break-in noise, and he discovered what happened. He cooperated at first, and the police, the FBI, the BCI, and the sheriff's office all assisted in a big multi-agency investigation. Over the next few days, things didn't add up. There were inconsistencies, as there always are, right, Caleb? In his story, in physical evidence, in the timeline, in the forensics. And then they found probable cause, which they haven't released yet. And they stopped treating it as a stranger home invasion. On the 19th, the Tip City Police Department arrested Caleb Flynn, former American Idol contestant, and charged him directly in his wife Ashley's death. Can't wait for the probable cause statement on that. 1 count of homicide, 2 counts of felonious assault, 2 counts of tampering with evidence. He was booked in the Miami County Jail at around 5 p.m. Thursday. No bond. Info released. Police Chief Greg Atkins said the investigation gave them probable cause, but they won't release the details while it's ongoing. Some background. Ashley is 37. She's a mother of 2, former full-time teacher turned substitute, a volleyball coach at Tippecanoe area school. She was described by friends, family, and school community as kind, faithful, and full of life. Now, Caleb, 39, former worship music pastor at a church. He had a brief run on the American Idol back in 2013-ish. Gifted singer, vocalist per old friends. Now, I'll tell you, I heard through the grapevine that there may be some kind of an affair going on with someone. Maybe, what did they say? It was somebody in the past, something? I don't know. See? Let's see. Some college friends from the Lee University days posted public shock and grief, saying they knew the couple back when they started dating and cannot fathom this. But the evidence led police to charge him anyway. Of course. Go where the evidence goes. Bottom line, what started as an intruder shot a beloved wife, coach, mom, flipped fast to the husband charged with her murder after the detectives dug in, right? Yeah, absolutely. And the kids are safe with family. Yeah, safe. Safe, yeah, maybe. But, wow. Okay. Crazy. Crazy that people do this stuff. I just don't get it. All right, let's see what we got. So, what are we talking about now? Come on. Someone is saying, gray shoes, black hat. People are still talking to conspiracy groups, saying that there's a report about missing Nancy Guthrie on January 31st when she wasn't reported missing until February 1st. So if that is true, they need to explain the timeline or something, right? If it's not true, then put out maybe a press conference that that's another false. Found a locksmith tool in his pocket. How did you find a locksmith tool in his pocket? Okay. That's really reaching. They x-rayed some just layperson x-ray. Come on. This is ridiculous. Okay, now people are putting tips to the FBI. This one guy said, FBI! I believe the perp picked up a key from where he picked the plant. He knew where to go. Yeah, okay. I don't think so. Okay. Unfortunately, they can trace the phone that repeatedly called Nancy's house over the past few days through the phone network, as well as checking Google Maps and conducting a forensic survey, but it seems they are handling the incident with the 1970s mentality. What are they talking about? Unfortunately, they can trace the phone that repeatedly called Nancy's house over the past few days through the phone network. Okay, let's see what else we got. Someone recognized this guy. Big boomerang ideas. Let's find Nancy. Who is this? Okay. Somebody said, okay, here's somebody's thing, okay? It says 41 minutes. He was in the house. That's not a kidnapper. There's the key there. Burglary gone wrong. If she came upon him and then was killed, the length of time in the house was probably trying to decide what to do next. Dogs can track a person even if they've been put in a car. I haven't seen a bloodhound yet, said someone. Now they're claiming they see a drone in the backpack and they're making the... It's really getting crazy. Now there's a laser pen. They've also x-rayed the pants, and there's a tool, picking tool. Okay. Now people are seeing cars in the background and another person. They're in. Now this, and you know what this is reminding me of? What is this reminding you of? The Chris Watts, right? There's the ponytail. She's behind the bush. Look closely. She's there. Oh, there's a red truck. No, I see the lights. There's another person. No, this is what is going to happen. Now they're going to take those pictures. Did it to Summer Wells too, right? So all kinds of things. The gallon of milk in the back seat became all kinds of things. Her head. Was she alive? Was she not alive? This is going to be years of content on what they do to these pictures. You can manipulate any picture enough times to make it appear there's something. It is just, and the people that hang on this stuff, oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, I can't take this stuff. I've seen it in too many cases and it's just ridiculous. Someone enhanced the lighting on this video and they found the suspect was disconnecting her Nest cam. They claim you can see another person leaning into a car in the background. Sometimes I see it. Sometimes it just looks like shadows playing tricks. Here's another one. I just used CapCut to enhance the lighting, slow the timing down. The backpack looks to have a 4-wing drone in it and 2 axes. The Pima County Sheriff's Department asked citizens to chill out on the tips. That's according to someone said that. I don't know. Call the FBI, I guess. Okay. People are getting crazy because Nancy Guthrie is not trending, I guess, in the Twitter feed. She's not on the side where it's trending, so the case has gone cold. Where's the extra footage? That's what I'm going to say. Where is the extra footage? All right, let's go back to guys in the chat. Right there. I would not call that sheriff's department with any tips. Straight to the FBI. What did you retract, Margaret? Hi, Heather Snoopy. Sadly, it will continue. We don't know what we don't know. Right? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Remember that? The more difficult she is to find, and also the more difficult it is to figure this out, the higher level of criminals did it. Well, let's see. If they find who did this, they will spill it all. It's crazy that they do this stuff and think they're going to get away with it. I know that's a bad thing. They need to find her now, says Margaret. You can drive for miles into Arizona and bury something. It's very, very difficult to find, says High Speed. Let's see. B Lady As her body, their goal. Oh, B lady. Whoever, I think you mean. Nice features. Okay. I think she, okay. All right, so let me go over here. I'm trying to get where I was here. Okay. To go here and over here. That's what I want. That's what I want. All right, so now what? Now what? Unfortunately, folks do get away with... Well, there's not that many that get away with killing their wives. There are not. Because the technology is too much. It's very difficult to get away with murder today. Especially murder of a spouse or a husband, you know, of course, spouse. Oh, speaking of a murder of a spouse, don't forget that trial is going to be starting, what's today? 20th? 3 days. Corey Richens? Right? Right. I also want to look at where we are in that Georgia trial of that father, right? Gave my son a gun. Okay. Sounds like this probably woke up this morning. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on in that trial, okay? I think it's day 4. It's called the Gave My Son a Gun murder trial. Get the trial updates, right? So I think we left off at day 2. So day 3. Was Zine, former Appalachia High School student, is 18 now, is graduated, appeared on camera, described seeing a white male with blondish hair carrying what he appeared to be an AR-style weapon. He said that Colt Gray pointed his gun at him, but he ran, tried to get back into his classroom. His teacher wouldn't let him in, and told him to hide in the bathroom, which he did, but he was prepared to defend himself. So then I guess he was okay, right? Because that's the end of that one. And then D. Martin, Appalachia High School assistant principal, was contacted by Colt Gray's first period Suzanne Harris after Colt Gray asked her about an active shooter drills at the school. She was told that Colt had a heavy, awkward-looking backpack. There was confusion and delay because another student was similarly named Colton Gray and also went by Colt. Was told by an Appalachia counselor that Colt Gray's mother had called and that Colt had access to weapons. That Colt Gray's mother had called. Colt Gray was missing from school for 32 minutes before the shooting began. And I heard that he didn't go to school the whole year before, something like that. That's what Jimmy said. Left classroom at 9:50. Shooting started at 10:22. Then Donovan Boyd, the supervisor of student resource officers, said that he was at Appalachia when the incident happened, was with Dee Martin looking for Colt Gray after Suzanne Harris reported her concerns about him, described running towards the gunfire, searching for the shooter, and seeing Mason's body in the hallway and the terrible visibility they had because of the smoke and the debris. He was with another school resource officer when they saw Colt Gray and confronted him and subdued him. They found several full gun magazines. They found several full gun magazines in his pockets. They described the emergency response. And then someone from the sheriff's office came in and described confronting Colt Gray and ordering him to show his hands and get on the floor. Then a crime scene specialist said he created a video scan of the school crime scene that was shown to the jurors. He took thousands of photos of the school. The stocking cap that was found in the men's bathroom, Ms. Harris described seeing it poking out of Colt's backpack. Poster board on the ground. Colt Gray had a poster board wrapped around the gun barrel with the stocking cap on top. Jimmy thought, I think he had socks on it or something. That was a stocking cap. Lots of photos of the gun, the magazines that were removed. Photos of Ms. Ryan's classroom where Christian Anguello was killed and the majority of the student injuries were. Desks pushed towards the door, chaotic looking scene. And then on the stand, Sarah Van Holm, around the GBI firearms examiner, talking about the firearms and that the cost of this gun was approximately $1,000 and it had a vertical foregrip and sights added, required 7.25 pounds of trigger pressure, equivalent to lifting a gallon of milk. Okay. Then next up was the medical examiner, said that Mason Schermerhorn was shot 3 times in the head and torso, that Christian Anguello is believed to have been shot 1 time with the bullet, hitting both arms and the chest as he was trying to protect himself. Christina Ermi was shot once, but it hit her aorta. Richard Aspinwall was shot 3 times. All of his injuries were catastrophic. Victims would not have survived their wounds even if they had happened just outside of the hospital. According to the autopsy findings, they were all catastrophic. At least some, well, not all. At least one was catastrophic, right? That's what that would mean. So, okay. Some of them had all of them catastrophic. Some of them just had one wound that had to be catastrophic. So, yeah. Okay, I think you get what I mean. Let's see. Oh, okay. What do we have now? So that was day 3. And what happened on day 4 now? Did they not have? Oh, I think that's it. I think tomorrow is day 4. Because of the holiday, right? Okay, so we're up to par on that one. All right, let's go back to the chat and see what's going on. Don't teach anymore. We need a good mental health care system because too many people have lost their minds, says High Speed. can never believe what they write on coffee mugs. Who's writing the coffee mugs? Who's writing on the coffee mugs? Oh, White Angel says, I recently bought a big wide mug that says, don't give a sip. Anyway, it says microwave and dishwasher safe on the bottom. I just put some soap in it to warm it up, and it was sparkling like the 4th of July. Oh dear. Does it have gold writing on it? If it has any gold, I love mugs, White Angel, but I don't buy anything. I do have one mug that I bought because it said the world is your oyster, and I really like it, and I noticed that it has something that I won't use, that I'll use for pens or something. I will not use it in the microwave, but it's too much. Yeah, if I don't like having to hand wash something, and I don't like things that you can't put in a microwave. Not that I always put my mugs in the microwave, but I don't like not being able to. So I'm not a big, unless there is like something like so extraordinary that, yeah. Okay. The wife that killed the husband, yes, that is Corey Richens. She's the Mormon wife that killed her husband, right? Corey Richens. And there is some information about that. I know there's some pretrial stuff that came out on that. Let me just see. That's going to start on the 23rd. Corey Richens. I'll tell you something. You want me to tell you a little bit about I'll give you the incident report for Corey Richens so you know if you want a background on this a little bit so you know what's going on when the trial starts. On September 14th, 2023. So we're looking, yeah. 2+ years. What are we doing here? Hold on a minute. This is bothering. You're bothering me. Stop bothering me. Hold on, I've got to sign in. Come on. So crazy. I know I already have this downloaded in my files, but I just thought it's easier to get it here off this site. Hold on one second. I wonder what is also going on with Anna Kepner case, right? All right, let me get to Corey Richens here. Corey Richens. Here you are, Corey. All right, so Corey Richens. Let me get her picture up here so you know who we're dealing with. Is she a Mormon wife? I don't know. There we go. Corey. Get up there, Corey. There we go. Say, Corey is the Utah woman. She's charged in connection with the March 2022 death of her husband, Eric Richens. This happened at their home in Camas, Utah. The case drew national attention after the prosecutors alleged that Eric died from fentanyl poisoning and that Corey later wrote and published a children's book about grief following his death. Okay. So on June 15th of 2013, Corey Richens and Eric Richens got married. They signed a prenuptial agreement which outlined their financial agreements. The agreement states that Eric's assets would remain his in the event of a divorce, and Corey would be entitled to certain assets if Eric died while they were still married. Corey allegedly purchased at least 4 life insurance policies on Eric's life. The death benefit was nearly $2 million. Prosecutors are alleging that the policies were taken out without Eric knowing. Does she look like somebody that would do that? Corey and Eric had 4 sons. They lived in Summit County, Utah. Corey then started to venture out into real estate transactions, right? Investigators later point to a growing financial strain. Corey opened a bank account without Eric's knowledge, and then she got herself a revolving line of credit. She borrowed approximately $250,000 using a forged deed of trust, and she formed an LLC called K. Richens Realty, LLC. That was in 2019, April 26th. September of 2020. Eric discovers that Corey withdrew $100,000 from his bank accounts. And he also learns that she borrowed $30,000 using his credit cards. He also learned that she borrowed money using a fraudulent power of attorney. He confronts her. She promises to pay the money back, but she doesn't. Prosecutors are saying that Corey misused approximately $494,000 of Eric's money. She's also accused of misappropriating tax payments. Totaling $134,346. Now, October of 2020, Eric consults a divorce lawyer and an estate planning attorney. He changes his will. He forms the Eric Richens Living Trust. Control of his estate is placed with his sister, Katie Richens Benson. The trust is established for the benefit of his 3 children. Eric transfers his business partnership interest into the trust. He designates the trust as the beneficiary of his $500,000 life insurance policy instead of Corey. November of 2020, Eric signs a will that includes provisions for his 3 children. 2021, Eric Richens reportedly expresses concerns about finances. Prosecutors later allege disputes about money and control of accounts. Life insurance policies are later cited by investigators as relevant to the motive. August 28, 2021 to December 22nd of 2021, Corey issues a series of bad checks from Navy federal accounts with 0 or negative balances. Funds are routed through K. Richens Realty, LLC, and personal accounts before the checks are returned. Charged as multiple felony counts of issuing bad checks and money laundering. She was charged. Now, she was first charged act of mortgage fraud and forgery. Corey submits a falsified bank statement to Iron Bridge Financial showing over $210,000 in funds that did not exist. August 2nd of 2021, the second charge act of mortgage fraud and forgery involving Boomerang Finance. Another falsified bank statement is submitted. August 12th of 2021, additional falsified personal bank statements submitted to Excel Financial Services. October 13th, 2021, additional falsified bank statements submitted in support of mortgage lending. November 23rd of 2021, further falsified bank documentation submitted, charged as mortgage fraud and forgery. Now, January 1st of 2022, Corey allegedly changes the beneficiary of Eric's $2 million life insurance policy to herself without authorization. The original beneficiary was Eric's business partner. The business partner is later restored as beneficiary once the change is discovered. Corey also applies for a new $100,000 life insurance policy on Eric. Corey asks a contractor on January 22, 2022, for fentanyl and later propofol. The requests are denied. Related text messages are manually deleted from her phone. On January 29th of 2022, Corey applies for a $100,000 life insurance policy on Eric through TrueStage. Eric has no affiliation with the credit union used for eligibility. Application includes a forged signature, an incorrect phone number, and a P.O. box that belonged to Corey. Corey asked the same friend for fentanyl on February 11th to 12th of 2022. She allegedly pays $900 for approximately 15 to 20 pills. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2022. They almost always get their trials around the time they did this stuff. After Valentine's Day dinner, Eric becomes seriously ill. He ate a sandwich prepared by Corey. Eric later tells a friend that he believes Corey is trying to poison him. Corey allegedly calls a local diner and pays $41.29 for the meal. Eric uses his son's EpiPen and drinks Benadryl after eating the sandwich. February of 2022, Corey contacts her friend again after requesting stronger fentanyl pills. She specifically asks for what she calls Michael Jackson stuff. March 3rd. Eric's home with Corey. Prosecutors later allege she prepares an alcoholic drink for him. I believe it was a Moscow Mule out of a copper mule mug, right? The state later alleges she added fentanyl. On March 4th at 3:21 a.m., Corey calls 911 stating Eric isn't breathing. EMS notes that Eric has been deceased for some time. I don't think she called too quickly, right? The autopsy finds that he had 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. Fentanyl that was consistent with illicit oral ingested drug. And he also had quetiapine present in gastric contents, and the medical examiner ruled his death as fentanyl intoxication. From March to April of 2022, the autopsy and toxicology testing were conducted and the cause of death remained pending laboratory results. On March 5th of 2022, the day after Eric's death, Corey closes on the home alone. Now, she was allegedly had sold a big home or something. This was supposed to be the celebration, that she got the drink for him, but he was allegedly telling her, you're not doing this, you're not buying another home and all that stuff, and yada yada. She invites friends over for a large gathering. that she closed on this other home that he didn't want her to buy, right? Witnesses report she's drinking and celebrating just, days. The day after her husband's death, she's drinking and celebrating. Raise a glass, everyone. Okay, March 6th, Corey drills into Eric's safe. She retrieves approximately $125,000 to $165,000 in cash. And then she has an altercation with Eric's sister regarding the estate rights. March 9th to 10th, Corey writes a backdated check for $1,300. Prosecutors allege the funds were used to obtain additional fentanyl pills. Eric's sister, on the other hand, in July of 2022, hires a private investigator to follow Corey. In November of 2022, Alec and Taryn Wright file a lawsuit against Corey, and they allege she sold them a mold-infested home. Uh-oh, Corey. The lawsuit claims several health-related issues. February of 2023, Corey files a claim against Eric's trust. She challenges the appointment of his sister as personal representative. March 7th, Corey publishes a children's book titled, Are You With Me? The book focuses on coping with grief. April 6th of 2023, Corey gives an interview discussing her book and Eric's death. She claims his death was unexpected. May 8th of 2023, Corey Richens is arrested. She's charged with aggravated murder. She's also charged with 3 counts of possession of drugs with intent to distribute. June 10th of 2023. Defense attorneys argue that Corey should be released. They deny the allegations and claim insufficient evidence. August of 2023, State of Utah announced it will not seek the death penalty. The aggravated murder charge is reduced to a non-capital first-degree felony. September 18th of 2023, prosecutors accused Corey of witness tampering, a letter found in her jail cell. And we went over this letter because I've covered this. Okay, you might remember, and there's other videos on the channel if you want to get into it. A letter was found in her jail cell, allegedly instructing her brother to testify falsely. The letter claims Eric purchased drugs from Mexico. Okay, so she's trying to blame it on him, that he did this to himself. Defense attorneys claim the letter was part of a fictional novel that Corey was writing. Of course, she was just writing a novel. She had to fill up that time in jail. Defense files a motion to dismiss October 2023. The motion cites the release of the walk the dog letter as a gag order violation. October 12th of 2023, prosecutors request the full walk the dog document, and they argue it is not protected by attorney-client privilege. November 3rd, 2023, my dad's birthday. The judge denies Corey's motion to dismiss. The court finds the case already had extensive media coverage, and the claims of a false narrative by the state are rejected. Additional charges in 2023. She got additional charges: attempted aggravated murder related to the Valentine's Day incident. She got 2 counts of distribution of a controlled substance, 2 counts of mortgage fraud, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and let's give her 3 counts of forgery. There you go. May 20th, my daughter's birthday, 2024. Corey's defense team withdraws from the case. Sorry, we're done representing her. Attorneys cite an irreconcilable and non-waivable ethical conflict, and the court approves the withdrawal in a private proceeding. May 24th, 2024. Corey makes her first public comment since her arrest. She asserts her innocence. She claims the media misrepresented the case, and she gets new counsel appointed. Corey's new defense team on June 21st, 2024, and prosecutors are scheduled to appear before Judge Richard Mrazek Sorry about that. The court is expected to address the scheduling of a new preliminary hearing. Motions to disqualify prosecutors and suppress the walk the dog letter are expected to be considered. And now we're back to 2025. She's still in custody. The case remains the pretrial phase, June 27, 2025. The Summit County Attorney authorizes filing of expanded information, including mortgage fraud, forgery, insurance fraud, money laundering, communications fraud, pattern of unlawful activity, attempted aggravated murder, murder for pecuniary gain. Okay? Now they're just finishing some pretrial stuff, and let's see here. She should be heading off to trial on the 23rd. Now, more about when she found him, when she called the 911 call. Summit County Dispatch received that call. She reported her husband was unresponsive. EMS said, hey, wait, he's cold to the touch. It seems he's been dead for hours. Narcan was administered, but had no effect. Eric was pronounced dead at the scene. And Corey provided initial statements saying that she was drinking a Moscow Mule with Eric the prior evening, and that she left their room to sleep in a child's room, and she came back to their room and discovered Eric was cold and unresponsive. And deputies noted inconsistencies in Corey's statements regarding timing, CPR, and phone activity. And due to Eric's age and the lack of a significant medical history, they notified the medical examiner of this. Then he had the autopsy. I told you all about that. Yeah, and then she had all. So yeah, she's going on trial there now. She stated on the night it happened, she stated to investigators she woke up while sleeping with her child in another room, went to the primary bedroom. She reported finding Eric Richins unresponsive in bed. She told deputies Eric was cold when she found him. She calls 911 and reports he isn't breathing. At 5:50 a.m., Deputy Wynn begins speaking with Corey outside the bedroom. Corey states she and Eric were fine. We're fine, guys, fine, before going to bed. She reports they had a drink together after 9 p.m. to celebrate something related to work. She gives inconsistent bedtimes, first starting at 9:30 p.m., then correcting 9:45 p.m. Corey explained she slept with her children and later returned to the marital bed. She said Eric was initially lying on their bed and later states he was on his back. She confirms her children were awake and listening at the bedroom door. She asked deputies not to allow the children to see the scene. During initial questioning, Corey stated that Eric had Lyme disease, but nothing major. She denies that Eric had any heart problems. She said Eric complained of chest pain before bed. She attributes his fatigue to allergy shots that he received the day before, and she confirms the family recently had COVID, but said that Eric tested negative about a week earlier. Corey states she realized something was wrong when she touched Eric and felt he was cold. She says she covered him with a blanket because the room felt cold. Ooh, it's cold in here. She states she did not feel breathing and attempted to wake him up. She reports pulling him to the floor to perform CPR after speaking with the 911 operator. Paramedics reported that Eric had no pulse and he was, he was cold upon arrival, indicating he had been deceased for some time. Narcan was administered, no effect. Paramedics observed blood present during mechanical compressions. A hydrocodone prescription bottle dated 2016 was observed in a drawer near the bed. Excuse me. I need a drink here. Hold on a minute. Okay. Not a Moscow Mule. No. Corey denies any recent illicit drug use by Eric. She denies prescription abuse in the past year. She later mentions Eric may have taken a pain pill when he was in high school. She acknowledges Eric sometimes eats THC gummies before bed. Now, in the early morning, Corey calls her mother, Lisa Darden, asking her to come to the house. She later calls Eric's father, Gene Richens, stating Eric is not breathing and paramedics are present. She tells Gene CPR is being performed, despite later EMS statements contradicting that claim. Later in the morning, the deputies inform the family that the medical examiner will respond due to Eric's age and lack of serious health conditions. Plans are made to transport Eric's body for further investigation. Let's see. Then she had an interview with Detective Woody at the Summit County Sheriff's Office, and Detective Woody stated that law enforcement will search the home. He explains the purpose is to locate any dangerous substances. Corey states the house is not locked and she doesn't keep it locked. She confirms several people are currently at the home, including her nanny, housekeepers, her mother, her brother. She confirms all children are at school or preschool. Detective Woody Woodpecker, explains officers will seize all electronics. He states this includes phones, laptops, tablets, and computers. He explains the search is necessary to determine whether drugs were ordered electronically. Corey says Eric's work computer was taken by an employee called Cody. She later identifies another employee called Becky, who cleaned out the office. She states business electronics are no longer at the home. She confirms Eric had an iPad, but is unsure of where it is. I don't know. Detective Woody notes it's odd that nothing was found at the house. He raises the possibility that evidence may have been cleaned up. He states officers have warrants for all electronics in case evidence was concealed. Corey states Eric kept any substances away from the children. She identifies a medicine cabinet in the bathroom. She says items would be kept on the highest shelves where children could not reach them. Detective Woody asked Corey if she has her phone with her. She states, oh, it's in the car. She also acknowledges having a laptop and a computer for her business. Detective Woody states investigators still want to speak with Corey again. He instructs her to think carefully about anything that might explain how the fentanyl entered the home. Corey continues to express disbelief about why Eric would take fentanyl. Why? The interview concludes with plans for continued investigation and evidence collection. Okay? So that's what's coming up. Now, who's going to watch the trial? Anyone? Who's watching the trial? Are any of you going to watch the trial? Do right now. I'm going to do a poll right now. Just knowing that, maybe you guys know more. Okay, maybe you guys followed some of the coverage I had on this before. I'm going to put right now, just off of that, and then I'm going to do this later on. Do you think she killed her husband? Okay. Let's see what you think. I just want to get it now, and then I'll do it later. But maybe some of you did follow me when I went over the walk the dog letter and all that stuff from her. So see what's going on. Okay. What's going on? What is going on? What's going on? What is going on in this chat? Julie, are you causing trouble? UHP. Were your ears burning? I was just talking about you. Trying to follow this now. Julie, not at all. What a screen name thinks about is less than nothing. Julie says, I'm confused. What are you saying? That's not true. Not a thing. Oh boy. That's a great name for a book. I'm used to it. After 22 years of being called everything from a convict to a coder, I'm just numb to it. That's a great name for a book. Julie, I hope it was something nice. I have nothing bad to say about you. UHP, you wrote something in chat I didn't understand. It wasn't nothing. That's all I'm saying. And earlier I was thinking I was curious what you had to say. Julie, I have a lot of help with that. All credit goes to Zara. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but I really don't care about a boat deal. I just don't. My wife and family thought, given the nature of my story and my past, that it might be inspirational to some. Okay, so let me see what's happening here. 86% of you are saying that she is guilty. Just off of either that or maybe that you also know more about this, right? Well, I think she is too. I mean, it's just, I've seen the text messages of her asking for the pills. I've seen the walk the dog letter. I've seen like what she's done with insurance and all of that. I've seen where he said that if something happens to me, look at my wife and all that. So yeah, she's just one of many Mormon wives that have tried to kill their husbands or that have killed their husbands. She's right up there with Stampin' Up. And there was another one I was just going to tell you. But who was the other one that just killed her husband, Mormon? I thought there was another Mormon lady that tried to kill her husband. Just thought I had her. I thought I had her in my mitts. Okay. So that's that. And what is the walk the dog letter? It was a letter that she tried to send to her brother that had it was coded. Let me see if I can find. I know I have downloaded it in her file too. I have to go organize all my files on some cases from before this because some of them are a little bit messy. She tried to say she was writing a book or something, and that's what it was. And yeah, okay. All right, here's the walk the dog letter. Here, I'll show it to you over here. Come on. Walk the dog, walk the dog. She wrote this from jail. Okay, let me make this a little smaller. Walk the dog, page 1, but take vague notes so you remember. Sky is saying, even if the gummies have fentanyl in them, the prosecutor will say, I tried to put the fentanyl in the gummies so Eric would have them. Stupid. I know, but that's what she's thinking. We will still test them though. However, she wants to link Eric getting drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection. Her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch cartel place Eric would stay at. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short. Not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, upon information and belief, just like they say. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me, because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Corey to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Corey's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Corey got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag, and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed. He would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Corey has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done upon information and belief. LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he had it in an allergy bottle in a work truck. And Cody emptied out the work truck within a week. So they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes. Your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SG and meet him after work without Bree. Sky has to make that connection between Eric and her mind. If it's Ronnie's information and belief about the conversation over football, she can use that as a connection. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation. LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home, and then we will get those dang biatches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him, do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky, and then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog. I saw a commercial yesterday, Utah Mortgage Relief. Google them, please. It's for people behind on their mortgage. can you see if they can help at all on Marissa's house, please? We have to get hers, yours, and Chelsea's taken care of ASAP. Try to go to that place in Camas. What about asking Lotto to do a loan solely in his name and not have you on there? I know he can do a home equity line of credit on his house in Hideout. Not sure if he would, but I know he has like $1 million in equity. Maybe he just doesn't know about a HELOC, home equity. If he wants to help me, taking care of those loans is most important. I don't give a shite about the hotels. Remember I told you one way to get at Katie is going through my phone and finding a picture of her girls, even with the boys, print 15 copies and send them out anonymously to different media companies. Obviously, don't email the pictures so it's not traceable. She would be livid if it got out to the public. You would just have to do it sneakily and be careful. She would try and trace it back to you. If not, no worries. Sky is having the My Girls do the first interview with Good Morning America. Please tell Chelsea to bring up that he hasn't been to church in the 13 years she has known him. And Eric would brag to her about how much he drank and did pills in high school. Tell Kelsey to say Eric always wanted Corey to go down for him. For example, he would put drugs in her suitcases when we would travel together, so if anyone got caught, it was Corey. He would put it in her bag right before they left the house so Corey didn't know. And then, when we would land, wherever, Eric would take them out of her bag and Corey would be pissed. And they would argue about it. Tell Kelsey to say how Eric didn't care and would just laugh about it and say, well, I can't get in trouble, as if it was okay that I got in trouble. Have Selma talk about Eric in Spain not being able to drink, so he was looking for drugs the entire time, and explain the drink the waitress gave him and how I called his doctor and went to the pharmacy immediately. Have Allie talk about how the sisters have always been jealous of me because anything they could do, Corey could do better. Being a mom, college, stay-at-home wife, until she built $1 million company, a nice house, car, everything she had they wanted. This comes down to jealousy, money, and Eric's partying that they don't want to acknowledge, and sadly, an accidental overdose. Lastly, don't forget to work on the gun receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutors not do anything about it to use in our defense. Will you buy a box of Crest white strips, open them, put them in an envelope, and have Sky give them to me? You can tell her what's in the envelope. I'm sure she won't care. I'll make sure they can't be found in my cell. My teeth are yellow from so much coffee and tea all day. Sad face. I love you. I love you. I love you. Hang in there. We're getting there. Slowly. You're the best mom in the world. I'm so lucky to have you. Hold on a moment. Okay, now. This letter was written by Corey Richards to her mother, and she, of course, wanted this, let's see, March 4th of 2025. Let's see, there was a dispute over this letter, of course. This was a hearing in March that focused on a phone seized by the Summit County Sheriff's detectives, and at that point, the walk the dog letter became contentious. Defense attorney Kathy Nestor argued that the search warrant did not authorize the seizure of Richens' phones as it was not on her person. What they did was search the vehicle using her hands to do it, directing her to hand something out of the vehicle, and they did not have the authority to grab, and they grabbed it, and that's our position, Nestor said. She also highlighted the coercive circumstances under which Richens was asked for her phone passcode. It was, "Give me your passcode," from an armed police officer while surrounded by armed police officers in a house where she had just been detained for 20 minutes. The chief prosecutor, Brad Bloodworth, countered that there was a break in the sequence of events, saying that the defense had not met the burden to suppress the evidence. The walk the dog letter written by Corey to her mother was also debated. The letter, that was a letter found in Richens' jail cell. Her defense says is part of a 65-page fictional mystery book. The prosecution's motion described the letter as an attempt to witness tamper, influence the public, and retaliate against the Richens family. The argument was about whether or not the letter is attorney work product or attorney-client communication, and why at no point did anyone, including Richens' previous defense attorney, Sky Lazaro, try to claw it back after it was put out publicly. The prosecution's opposition motions also states the defendant's former counsel, Sky Lazaro, deployed the walk the dog letter to offensively litigate for 8 months without claiming any privilege, and that Lazaro didn't claim the letter was privileged until the very day she withdrew as Richens' attorney. Summit County Attorney Margaret Olson and Bloodworth's previous opposition to Richens' motion to suppress the letter contends that it does not contain a confidential communication, and it is not a confidential communication. What's more, they contend is that letter is not attorney work product, therefore privileged. The defense argue that Sergeant Thomas improperly read the letter, which was then disclosed publicly. Something went off the rails here, and this document was read improperly by Sergeant Thomas based on that first paragraph, and that it was immediately disclosed publicly as part of the pleading, said another one of Richens' attorneys, Wendy Lewis. Bloodworth's rebuttal agreement says the defendant could have testified as well, and that, of course, would have subjected the defendant. She could have testified to this very narrow issue and would have subjected her to cross-examination on credibility. The judge asked Bloodworth, when the defendant writes in a letter that appears to be about to go to her mother but never did, Sky says X, Y, and Z. Why would I suggest? Why do I have any basis to think that she's not going to be truthful with her mother about what Sky said? Bloodworth responded, because of all the untruthfulness throughout her entire history of being detained, prompted an objection from the defense attorney and a scolding from the judge. Let's pause for a second. She's presumed innocent and all of that, so I've got to stay in the face of the document, he said. The judge stated he would take the motions under advisement and issue written rulings. Okay, so then let's see what they finally decided on this letter here, the walk the dog letter. Ruling, let's get the ruling. All right, so March, January, October. Okay. Here we go on this one now. Corey Richens has awaited trial for close to 3 years. Her day in court begins Monday, February 23rd. Her defense attorneys said a few days before trial that the prosecutor's story has dominated headlines but bears little resemblance to the truth. We welcome the courtroom where evidence is bound by rules, not sensational coverage. Corey is a mother who wants to go home to her children. We are confident this jury will make that possible. The jury consists of 8 Summit County residents and 4 alternates. Summit County prosecutors, the defense team, and 3rd District Judge met on February 19th to draft the instructions the jurors will receive ahead of trial. The jury hasn't been sequestered, but its members have been ordered not to follow the case in the news. The judge released a ruling February 18th regarding what evidence attorneys will be permitted to include in the trial. And one of the things the jury will not be allowed to consider is Richen's assault of her sister-in-law after Eric Richen's death. Prosecutors will be allowed to present a few redacted pages of a letter Richens wrote in jail. Corrections officers seized the walk the dog letter they say they found in an LSAT book in her cell. That set off a lengthy debate over whether the writings were protected by attorney-client privilege. Various notes investigators found while searching the Richens family home are allowed as well. That includes an orange notebook. The judge's ruling says contains apparent journal entries from the day before and the day of Eric's death. The ruling also states the jury may see the body camera footage of first responders as they arrived in the Richens house in 2022. Now, Corey's trial is scheduled from February 23rd to March 27th. Okay? So they are going to be able to show some of this. So that's interesting, right? Let's see if that changed the, did that change the plea there? Carolyn, okay, hold on a minute. Why is your chat back to this, like, really first thing here, B lady? What's going on with this? That's wacko. This is way behind when the chat is like, okay, now it's up to par. Carolyn in chat, I'm heading to bed. I have this case pulled up and to read. Sounds very interesting. Is anyone suggesting she's insane? No one's suggesting that, B lady. I have a lot of videos on my channel too. Good night, B lady. Sweet dreams. Hi, little lady. The B lady's leaving. Let's see. So 76% of you said she was guilty. You think she's guilty based on this, and there's still 24 that say no. So maybe yeah. All right, let me end that. Okay, and so who's going to watch this trial? Who's planning to watch the trial? Talk to me if you're planning to watch the trial. Are you planning to watch the trial? We're now going to go back to Nancy Guthrie. Okay, we're going to see if there's anything new coming in. Last night we did find new stuff. We found about that reality series, right? Hi, Margaret. Margaret, you're heading to bed soon too, Julie. Thanks, everyone, she says. Good night, Julie. Have a great night. Okay. You're planning on watching it, Heart? Good. And you're not going to be in the word game tonight, Julie. All right, let's check out. Let's check it. We're not checking out. We're checking out the latest, seeing if there's the latest, okay? All right, what is this about? Oh my gosh, I told you. I told you. Now they are manipulating the photos. It's going to be somebody, detective all over again. Okay. Ooh, okay. Savannah has been absent from the Today Show since February 1st, with reports citing TVNs who doubt she will return. Okay, well, that's old news. Now they're saying it looks to be a fake gun. He looks to have a lock-picking thing in his pocket. So, someone said, exposed, 2/19/2026, the Nancy Guthrie phenomenon. A. Clifford Gertz interpretive, thick description in Holmes's stories, evidence is pieced together to reveal the truth, often exposing institutional bungling. Okay. The case got cold and So yeah, I don't know. This is really crazy, right? Let's I think we've got that all. Let's just see if there's any former FBI profiler. Police are fed. Oh, let's read this. Police are fed up with YouTube streamers camped outside of Nancy Guthrie's house and turning every little development into breaking news. Okay. Media outlets are set up across the road from Nancy Guthrie's house. It's been over 2 weeks since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing on February 1st. Authorities, it's almost 3 weeks. Okay. Meanwhile, the case has gained massive attention across the country, and this has led to many YouTube streamers crowding outside of her house. Police are reportedly fed up with them turning every little development in the case into breaking news. Inside Edition reports suggested that a lot of the streamers have in fact been camping outside of Nancy's house. So let's see. A YouTuber is one of the many streamers who has been camping there, according to Inside Edition. He ended up in an argument with one of Nancy's neighbors over the area where he parked his vehicle, and according to 7 News Australia, this YouTuber, who was once a construction worker, now has a YouTube channel. Speaking of his viewers, the YouTuber told the Inside Edition that they wanted to see whatever was happening in real time. The reporter then asked the YouTuber how long is he going to be sitting outside of Nancy's house, to which he responded, and I quote, "I do it in shifts. I'll sit here for about 5 to 6 hours. I'll go back to the hotel, cool off, get something to eat, then I'll come back out and do another 4 to 5 hours." As previously mentioned, along with local and federal law enforcement agencies, several podcasters and streamers have flooded outside of Nancy Guthrie's house. A podcaster named Ashley Banfield reportedly started this notion, suggesting that one of Nancy's family members was possibly responsible for the kidnapping. Another YouTuber made a similar implication. This led to more online speculation surrounding Nancy's family, prompting the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos to step in. February 16th, he issued a statement that particularly describes Nancy's family members as victims. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel, Nano said. Nanos later spoke with NBC News, sharing the reason behind issuing the statement addressing the ongoing speculations. And Nanos, according to Nanos, he did it because sometimes we forget we're human and we hurt and kindness matters. It is every cop's duty to stand up and be that voice for our victims. Before Nancy's disappearance had garnered massive attention from the public. Let's see. The FBI had received more than 18,000 tips since the investigation started. Meanwhile, the Pima County Sheriff's Office got more than 50,000. Paul Vernon, a retired police captain, reacted to the rising speculation, saying, and I quote, "All the speculation doesn't help. The detectives and the police, public relations people have to spend so much time to correct it." Okay. There's that avalanche, those college kids. Very sad the situation over there, right? Very sad. Okay, so Sarah McLachlan. Interesting. Sarah McLachlan is... Sarah McLachlan, 58. I didn't know she was 58, Sarah McLachlan. I honestly, let's see. Sarah McLachlan is the Arms of an Angel, right, singer? I think so. Okay, she said that going to therapy helped her repair her bond with her oldest daughter. She realized the way she was communicating with her daughter was only making her feel worse about herself. It's funny because I thought so clearly in my mind that I was being the opposite of my mother. Sarah said she had to rethink how she was parenting her daughter to rebuild their bond. I would have been softer on her in a different way. I was a hard ass, McLachlan said on an episode of Good Hang with Amy Poehler. She shares 2 daughters with her ex-husband. India Ann, born in 2002, and Taja Summer, born in 2007. It's funny because I thought so clearly in my mind I was the opposite of my mother, and then I looked at the way she parented and I thought, I'm going to do everything completely different, and then the words come spewing out of your mouth in a moment of anger and frustration, and you're like, I can't believe I did that. She said her older daughter would sometimes shut her down or lash out at her when things got hard, and at the time, she didn't fully understand what was behind it. I looked at that and went, how do I help with this? How do we move past this? Because the world out there is scary and big, and you have to have some grit, and you have to do some hard things so that you can, so that you know you can. Describing the tough approach she took with her daughter, it was only after they went to family counseling that she realized her daughter was experiencing a lot of anxiety. The way I was communicating to her, I was making her feel shitty about herself instead of building her up, which was completely the opposite of what I thought I was doing. I had to eat a lot of humble pie and take stock and go, okay, look, I want a relationship with my kid, so I need to learn how to communicate differently with her. Through the process, she said her daughter also learned to take responsibility responsibility for her own reactions. It was a long process, but it was beautiful and powerful, and we have such an open, loving relationship now because of that. It isn't the first time she's spoken about her relationship with her firstborn. In August, she said that chapter of her relationship inspired the second single, Gravity, on her latest album. It feels really sweet to be able to sing this song and know that we're in such a better place, having come through this really challenging time together. Okay. Then she said, therapy gave her a safe environment to connect with her daughter. And she said, what I realized is that I was communicating my love to her. She was not hearing it, not feeling it. I was not reaching her. And for me as a parent, that's devastating because you just want to take your kid in your arms and hold them and keep them. India did not respond for any comment to this article about her mother, but that's what she said on Amy Poehler's podcast. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, let's see. What happened to this mother here? She allegedly left her kids alone in an Uber for 2 hours. Florida woman. Huh. After rear-ending a motorcycle. Kim Delaney. Wait a minute, she had a hit and run? Oh, look at that. She hit and ran. She's being sued for allegedly rear-ending a man on a motorcycle in Los Angeles. Go on, get over there. Okay. And then fleeing the scene in November 2022. February 19th filing alleged that Delaney, 64 years old, left the scene due to fear for her safety as a result of her celebrity status. Oh, get out. Get out. I don't even know who this woman is. The person that filed the lawsuit against the NYPD Blue alum also claims Delaney was driving under the influence prior to the collision. She's being sued over a rear-end crash that took place over 3 years ago. Did she call the police right after that? Come on, lady. Come on, lady. In January of 2024, Dasmal Badalov filed the lawsuit against Delaney, alleging that she rear-ended him and he suffered injuries as a result of her negligence behind the wheel during a November 2022 incident. In the filing, on February 19th, he claims that Delaney was driving under the influence of alcohol, and following the collision, she intentionally caused additional injury by abandoning the scene without exchanging identifying or insurance information. He is also seeking punitive damages. In a joint discovery brief, Delaney admits that an accident occurred at a red light where she rear-ended his motorcycle in the filing, but denies any alcohol use and has explained that she left the scene due to fear for her safety. In the joint filing, she claims that several people had surrounded her, and she has a previous history of personal assault in this neighborhood. What do you think of that? Her lawyers note in the joint filing there is absolutely no admissible evidence of drinking and driving, and there was no blood alcohol breathalyzer test, and no law enforcement officer administered any field sobriety tests. Instead, they claim that Badalov is attempting to piece together a character attack against the actress in response to requests for Delaney to complete an Alcoholics Anonymous program or rehab program as a result of the collision. Her lawyers say that's an invasion of privacy and a character attack. The lawsuit was filed 14 months before Delaney was arrested alongside her husband James Morgan in March of 2025. At the time that she was arrested for alleged assault with a deadly weapon, while Morgan was arrested for alleged domestic violence. They were arrested at Delaney's LA home after a heated argument that turned physical. She appeared in the LA County Superior Court 2 days later after the arrest, but the LA District Attorney's Office declined to file charges against her and him due to insufficient evidence. She was released from custody without a formal criminal complaint, per the court records. Earlier this month, she was arrested again for allegedly obstructing the police after the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office responded to at least 3 calls for service regarding a noise complaint and a verbal disturbance in a public area outside the apartment building where Morgan and Delaney live. A representative for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office said that Morgan's refusal to cooperate with the investigation, along with the 911 calls, led to his arrest. He was booked with a misdemeanor charge, and the spokesperson said he was cited and released. What the heck? Why would she not have just gone over and called the police? What's going on with that? That sounds fishy. What is an interabled? What is that? Let's see here. Jelly roll. Oh, Jelly Roll's having... What's going on here? Hold on a minute. The podcaster explained that she and the country star's game plan for growing their family includes conceiving 1 but 2 babies through IVF, which they hope to bring into the world via surrogate. How old is his wife? She will carry twins for us and will be able to make... Bunny was open about the physical and emotional stress she was experiencing while undergoing her IVF. She's 46. What is she doing? And she's not going to do this for a couple of years? And he's 41. Does she have kids? Who shares custody of his teenage daughters? Bunny, who shares custody of his teenage daughters and is a stepmom to his youngest son, Noah. I'm lost. I don't even know who they are. Does anybody know that? Bunny? no. Let's see. Breaks his cover. We heard about Michael Feldman. Ryan Luttrell's lawsuit against the woman he claims trespassed on the beach at his Florida home. Oh, the investigators are working to recover the images on Nancy's on camera. Yep, we heard that one for a while. Why are these images so hard to get off, huh? What do you guys think? Accused of murdering his wife. Navy reservist. What is this now? Another one accused of murdering his wife. Who's this? A Navy reservist on active duty accused of murdering his wife in Virginia is believed to have fled to Hong Kong. According to a federal affidavit filed by the FBI, 38-year-old David Varela left the country on or about February 5th, the same day police discovered his wife's body in a kitchen freezer in their Norfolk, I just said Norfolk to Linda today, home in the 300 block of East Main Street. Lena Maria Guerra Chavaria, 39, had been reported missing by her brother. After he had not heard from her for more than 2 weeks, detectives have been unable to reach her, and his Navy supervisor told police it was unusual for him not to return calls. An autopsy was on February 10th, ruled the death a homicide. Following the investigation, the Virginia authorities issued 2 arrest warrants charging Varela with concealing a dead body to prevent detection and first-degree murder. Homeland Security investigators determined the Navy reservist took a flight to Hong Kong, and emergency disclosure requests from WhatsApp showed location information originating from there. The affidavit notes Varela has family in Colombia, but no known ties to Hong Kong or China. Federal authorities have since sought an arrest warrant alleging he fled Virginia to avoid prosecution. Prosecutors have also completed extradition authorization paperwork in connection with the Interpol Red Notice request. The Naval Criminal Investigative Services told Fox News Digital on Wednesday it's conducting a joint investigation with the Norfolk Police and referred additional questions to the department as the lead agency. Crazy, right? That guy goes to Hong Kong thinking he's going to man shot his pregnant estranged wife in the back because the baby wasn't his, killing her unborn child. Wow. An Indiana man, huh? Crazy. Crazy people. What'd she put? An Indiana man is headed to prison for decades for shooting his estranged wife in the back while she was 5 months pregnant, seriously injuring her and killing the unborn baby. Jeremy McBride, 37, was sentenced to 30 years in prison Tuesday after he pleaded guilty to attempted murder and feticide. He received 30 years for the attempted murder charge and 9 years for the feticide charge in connection with the shooting of Kayla Netherland. The sentences will be served concurrently. McBride received credit for 395 days he's already served, plus another 131 days per the sentencing order. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department responded around 6 p.m. on January 19th of 2025 to the shooting in the 700 block of East Pleasant Run Parkway. Officers arrived to find Netherland, then 25 years old, in the bathroom, suffering from gunshot wounds, and paramedics rushed her to the hospital. While doctors were able to stabilize her, they were not able to save the child. According to a probable cause arrest affidavit, around the time of the shooting, one of Netherland's friends arrived at the home to do laundry and walked inside. She saw McBride standing over Netherland. McBride looked at the friend and simply walked out of the front door without a word. The friend told police she believed McBride was responsible for shooting Netherland. Using license plate readers, officers tracked down McBride and pulled him over. McBride got out of the car, which rolled away because it wasn't in park, hit a pole, authorities said. He told the officer, "I was going to turn myself in," and said the gun in question was in his car. He then allegedly asked, "Is she okay?" In the car, police recovered the gun and handwritten notes to his estranged wife discussing their relationship. McBride wrote of his frustrations with her infidelity, with their failed relationship, his anger and insecurities, which led him to mistreat others, his belief that he had not molded himself into an individual she would want to have children with, and that he wanted children with her. After receiving Miranda warnings, he told detectives he was upset that while they hadn't gotten divorced, she had gotten pregnant by another man. The marriage hadn't been going well, and they separated in September of 2024, but he hoped they'd get back together. Maybe she'll come back one day, but not for me. But in many ways, I killed her. He bought a gun, ammunition a few days before the shooting with the intent of killing her, the baby, and himself. He said that he and Netherland had been hanging out on the day of the shooting, shopping at Goodwill before returning to the house. They were talking with her. They were talking in the bathroom and him sitting on the bed. She was in the bathroom, he was on the bed. He reportedly said shooting her made sense in that moment, so he fired 5 shots into her back. Wow, she's lucky to be alive. She never saw him shoot. Certainly what is alleged is this person went to great lengths to carry out what he intended to do. Cops said Netherland underwent at least 2 surgeries, one to remove her unborn baby and the other to address her internal injuries. Wow. Nuts. What is this about? Oh my goodness. Who? This is the mother? How old is she? The Santa Monica mom, accused of brutally murdering her 15-month-old with a frying pan, pled not guilty. Carmen Anita DeGreg, 24 years old, appeared dazed as she sat in court, wearing a yellow inmate jumpsuit, shackles, and frizzy shoulder-length hair. When the judge asked her how she pleaded on a charge of murder and felony assault of a child under 8 causing death, her public defender quickly jumped in. "We enter a not guilty plea," said attorney Yvonne de la Cruz. The only word DeGreg spoke was a yes when asked if she was okay with her preliminary hearing date being set for April 23rd. Wow. She killed her baby with a frying pan? The mother, who was once a high school star wrestler, is accused of killing her baby on January 6th inside her ritzy Santa Monica apartment complex, where studio apartments start at $3,200 per month and larger units cost as much as $6,000. DeGreg was arrested under bizarre circumstances after she approached cops on the UCLA campus Tuesday and told them she had hurt her child and that the infant was in the apartment. Cops found the toddler gravely wounded, and she was pronounced dead after being rushed to a local hospital. Before the not guilty plea, De La Cruz had argued that her client not be photographed in court, saying the images would possibly taint a jury pool. The judge denied the request and kept her bail at $2 million. If convicted of the current charges, she faces 25 years to life in prison. Let's see here. Wow, what the freak? And I guess this was her in graduating. I don't know what she's graduating there. Let me see what that is from. Oh boy. Crazy, right? Authorities in Kentucky, oh my gosh, this is just freaking, have arrested a 17-year-old boy in connection with the deaths of a woman and her 12-year-old son in Allen County. The teenager is facing multiple charges, including 2 counts of murder, after deputies discovered the victims inside the home. And according to Allen County Sheriff's Office, deputies initially responded to the residence. They had a report of domestic assault. When they arrived, they found 2 individuals deceased. Officials did not immediately release the details about the circumstances, but said a suspect was taken into custody shortly afterwards. The investigation has been turned over to Kentucky State Police. Trooper Catan Parker identified the victims as 42-year-old Tracy Traskey and her 12-year-old son. Traskey was the child's mother. Details about how the 2 were killed have not been publicly disclosed. While deputies arrived at the scene, they noticed that Traskey's vehicle was missing. The car was later located abandoned several miles from the home. Around the same time, officers spotted a male suspect running through nearby wooded areas. After a brief foot pursuit, they apprehended the 17-year-old. The teenager, whose name has not been released due to his age, has been charged with 2 counts of murder. In addition to these charges, he faces accusations of tampering with physical evidence, auto theft, and fleeing or evading police. Authorities have not provided further information about the suspect's relationship to the victims or a possible motive. Let's see. Community members have been left shaken by the violent death. Social media posts from previous years show Traskey pictured with 2 young boys and a man, offering a glimpse into her family life before the tragedy. However, investigators have not confirmed on who else may have lived in or been connected to the household. Law enforcement officials have emphasized the investigation remains active. The 17-year-old remains in custody. Wow, unbelievable. So what happened to poor Eric Dane here? I swear that I saw him in an interview just a few months ago, and he was still walking and everything. And I just heard something about him as well, that they had something with his co-star that either had a baby or something and named it Eric Dane, who played the cheeky Dr. Mark Sloan, a.k.a. he was McSteamy? I always thought that was someone else. Was there a McDreamy? I never watched it. But I always thought it was someone with dark hair. I'm very confused. Let me see. Trying to see if there's a... Oh, I always thought it was... Yeah, I'm thinking... Was one McDreamy and one was McSteamy? Okay, so I guess the one I heard all the stuff about was the dark-haired one right here, right? And this is McSteamy. Is that McDreamy? But I'm confused because I thought, let's see. His representative, Melissa Bank, confirmed the news on February 19th. With heavy hearts, we share that Eric Dane passed away on Thursday afternoon following a courageous battle with ALS. He spent his final days surrounded by dear friends, his devoted wife, and his two beautiful daughters, Billy and Georgia, who were the center of his world. How old was he? He was 53. Throughout his journey with ALS, Eric became passionate advocate for awareness and research, determined to make a difference facing the fight. He will be deeply missed and loved. Remembered always, Eric adored his fans and is forever grateful for the outpouring of love. The family has asked for privacy as they navigate this impossible time. 3 weeks before his death, Dane dropped out of the ALS Network Gala due to physical realities of living with ALS, the organization said in a January 25th statement. The actor was to be honored with the Dean and Catherine Rasmussen Advocate of the Year Award. Excuse me. Prior to this, Dane had to miss a scheduled appearance at the 2025 Emmy Awards alongside former co-star Jesse Williams for the 20th celebration of the Shonda Rhimes show. ALS is a nasty disease, Dane told the Washington Post in an October interview after a fall in his kitchen. He was in the hospital during the Emmys getting stitches put in his head. I missed an opportunity I was really looking forward to. It would have been great to see Jesse and get reunited with some of my peers and to be able to present in front of my colleagues. I thought would have been a special moment. So I was really upset about it, but there was nothing I could do about it. Speaking at an I Am ALS hosted panel in December, Dane expressed his dedication to continue working despite the physical symptoms of the progressive degenerative disease. I'm fairly limited in what I can do physically as an actor, but I still have my brain, and I still have my speech, so I'm willing to do just about anything. I'll take on any role, he said. I'm grateful that I can still work in any capacity. He added it's imperative that he shares his journey with as many people as possible because he doesn't feel like life is about me anymore. Dane revealed his diagnosis of ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, in an article in People that was published in April of 2025. He later revealed that he had lost the use of his right arm. I think that's what I must have seen at him. The rare degenerative disease does not have a known cure and affects nerve cells in your brain and spinal cord which control voluntary muscles. ALS is progressive and symptoms worsen over time as nerve cells start dying. Well-known people who have battled ALS include Stephen Hawking. He lived for a long time with it, didn't Stephen Hawking? Roberta Flack? I didn't know Roberta Flack had it. Is she still alive? Sandra Bullock's longtime partner, Brian Randall, died after a 3-year ALS battle in 2023. Dane met with Eric Swalwell in September to discuss ALS. In footage that the California congressman shared to TikTok, Dane can be heard vowing to fight until the end. I'm going to ring every bell. I have 2 daughters at home. I want to see them graduate college, get married, maybe even have grandkids. I want to be there for all that, so I'm going to fight until the last breath on this one. Dane continued working in Hollywood after he went public. He portrayed Cal Jacobs on HBO's Euphoria since the show's 2019 debut, reprised his role in the upcoming third season due April 12th. In one of his final roles, he played a firefighter diagnosed with ALS on NBC's Brilliant Minds. Let's see. Dane is survived by his wife, actress and model Rebecca Gayheart, and their daughters Billy, 15, and Georgia, 14. Oh, that's sad. Two sisters were victims of that Lake Tahoe avalanche that buried 8 moms alive. Oh my gosh! I thought it was I thought they said it was a college trip. Didn't they? What happened there? Caroline Sakar, 45, was identified Thursday as one of the victims of the fatal avalanche. Her sister, Liz Claybaugh, was also killed. Oh, maybe it was college. It was a reunion of. Hold on. Is that what I heard? Let's see. Because it was this woman who is Caroline Sakar, 45, and her sister Liz, doesn't give an age. They were both killed. Wow. And then what happened here? Because I've been hearing about it. I haven't been able to follow it because 2 sisters were named as victims of Lake Tahoe avalanche. It buried 8 mothers alive. Carolyn Sakar, 45, of San Francisco, and her sister Liz Claybaugh, 52, of Boise, Idaho, were among the group of 11 skiers who took off on Castle Peak Mountain near Lake Tahoe on Tuesday morning when they were caught in a sudden avalanche. Their brother, McAllister Claybaugh, told the New York Times they were incredible sisters, mothers, wives, and friends. And the idea that they are both gone is I don't even know how to put into words. McAllister then went on to explain that many in the ski group had been friends since they attended. That's what I heard. It wasn't college kids. It was people that have been together since Stanford University together, and they would meet up regularly over the years for ski trips. A lot of the people on that trip were Caroline's friends who used to do this together, he said. There's a whole community of people, a lot of whom just lost their lives. The news of the sisters' deaths comes just hours after it was revealed that Sirius XM executive and mother of 2, Kate Vitt, 43, a Boston College alumnus, was also killed in the rock slide. It's unclear whether they were connected to the Sugar Bowl Academy, a private ski-focused school that said Wednesday that multiple victims had ties to its community in Northern California, just miles from where the avalanche occurred. Sugar Bowl families go on an annual trip to the slopes together, which is organized by the parents and not affiliated with the school, a close source said to the San Francisco Chronicle. In this instance, the fathers are believed to have skied together on one excursion, and the wives went off on another. A Sugar Bowl alumni has claimed the tragedy had nothing to do with the victims' skiing abilities. I'm pretty surprised that there are people out there backcountry skiing, but I don't think it's a matter of anyone's skill. Backcountry skiing. I'm pretty surprised that there were people out there backcountry skiing. I think it's more Mother Nature saying, hey, this is a bad time. Alvarez added that the scale of devastation, which saw 9 people killed, is really unexpected in the Lake Tahoe area. We get big avalanches, but it's usually just one or two people. That's crazy, right? The rock slide was the deadliest in modern California history, and rescue workers have been unable to reach the bodies of 8 skiers on Castle Peak Mountain amid treacherous conditions, which were expected to continue at least through Thursday. Meanwhile, a 9th person remains missing but is presumed dead. 6 people were rescued 6 hours after the avalanche hit as they were concluding a 3-day ski tour organized by Blackbird Mountain Guides. This is the other person that died from this Sirius XM. Wow, how tragic. But for those that now have lost their loved ones, McAllister said it's the worst nightmare. He said how Sekar and her husband were in the process of setting up a guest house on their property in San Francisco, and he had texted with her just last week about visiting. I literally had it on my calendar to give her a call because we had been playing phone tag, McAllister said. He said Sekar worked in the tech industry, but her true passion was taking care of her 2 sons. Wow. It said the skiers in the deadly Tahoe avalanche appeared to have taken the route rated most dangerous option. The 11 skiers and 4 guides that were hit by a deadly avalanche after leaving backcountry huts near Donner Summit appear to have taken a route out of the wilderness that included terrain that had been rated significantly more dangerous for such slides than that of a longer, slower exit route, documents show. Wow. Nine members of the group were confirmed or feared dead, including 6 women friends from the Bay Area, Tahoe and Idaho, and 3 employees of Blackbird Mountain Guides. Based on the location of the disaster, it appears the group left the Frog Lake huts before noon on Tuesday and headed northwest on the Castle Peak Trailhead route, which ends on the north side of the Interstate 80 across from the Boreal Mountain Resort. It's unclear where the guides and clients parked their vehicles. According to the Truckee Donner Land Trust, who owns the ski huts, the route traverses below the slopes as steep as 60 degrees and is rated complex or class 3 on the avalanche terrain exposure scale, the second most dangerous score below extreme. The scale, known as the AITS, was developed by Canada Parks Agency and is widely used in the U.S. Oh. Nevada County Sheriff's Office says it was investigating why the group decided to venture into the extreme weather rather than stay in the huts, and whether criminal negligence was a factor in the tragedy. Family members of the group of women who died released a statement Tuesday saying that they had many unanswered questions. 8 close friends planned a professionally guided 2-night backcountry hut trip to Frog Lake Huts outside of Truckee, California. The trip had been organized well in advance. They were experienced backcountry skiers who deeply respected the mountains. They were trained and prepared for backcountry travel, trusted their professional guides on this trip, and they were fully equipped with avalanche safety equipment. Neither the guide company nor the nonprofit Land Trust immediately answered questions about the routes set by the Chronicle. Blackbird Mountain Guides founder Zeb Blaze said in a statement that guides in the field are in communication with senior guides at base to discuss conditions and routing based upon conditions. There is still a lot that we're learning about what happened. It's too soon to draw conclusions, but investigations are underway. frequent Frog Lake visitor Jim Zellers said in an interview it wasn't clear whether the guides erred if they chose the westward route, given the limited information available so far. Ideally, the backcountry snowboarder said a person confronted with such inclement weather would stay in the huts and wait it out, but he added that there could have been extenuating circumstances. Which way to exit would depend on a variety of factors. You cannot start judging, said Zellers. It's a terrible place to go. Those of us who are experienced are just sad, and less experienced are judging. He noted that while there's less avalanche risk on the Johnson Canyon route, it's harder to navigate, particularly in whiteout conditions. And if a guide is not used to traveling that direction. The Land Trust, which rents out the huts, says all the routes listed in its guide have some degree of avalanche hazard. It advises skiers to check the avalanche terrain exposure scale ratings for each route, as well as monitor daily avalanche forecasts. The Sierra Avalanche Center issued an avalanche warning around 5 a.m. the day the group left the huts. From the huts, Castle Peak Trailhead is 3.5 miles away, with 1,100 feet of ascent and 1,500 feet of descent. In the first section near what is called Notch, avalanche terrain flanks both sides. Some of this avalanche terrain is commonly wind-loaded among the large cornices on the ridges. Well, so it's, it goes on and on and on about the conditions, but yeah, very sad. Okay, it's time for the word game. It's time for the word game. Italian influencer, how did he die? I have to put up my cousin's Olympics photo videos. Oh, he had a 3-year battle with cancer, poor guy. 23. That's sad. Italian influencer Damiano Alberti has died after a 3-year battle with cancer. And what happened to his picture that I just had up there? Part of us has flown away forever, Alberti's family wrote Monday on Instagram. Damiano is free from everything he went through, the statement continued. Thank you for always supporting and respecting him, and he loved his whole community and was proud of what he managed to build. Alongside the message, Alberti's family shared a photo of the content creator smiling as he looked off in the distance. Users took to the comment section. I don't understand how life can be so unfair to such a young boy. Rest in peace, Damiano, one user wrote. While another translated message read that they were a cancer patient, watched his videos of stories about the period of the disease, how much I understood, how much I was in his heart, how much pain so young, in my leg, what a pain. Damiano, I don't know you, but I will keep you in my heart. Alberti, who had more than 11,000 Instagram followers, shared lifestyle content on his social media platforms, and he revealed his cancer diagnosis in May of 2023. He had a malignant tumor in his leg. In September of 2025, Alberti shared that he had been hospitalized and would be taking a break from creating content. Very sad. That's it. Oh, and then Jimmy told me about this. Hold on, I'm going to tell you about this. Italy has a lover's arch. And it collapsed on Valentine's Day. This lover's arch was known for popularity with courting couples who used to take pictures kissing under it, collapsed during heavy storms on Valentine's Day in what local officials have called a blow to the heart. Franglione di Sant'Andrea, the site of the arch in the stone cliffs on the coast of Salento, the heel of Italy's boot, had drawn romantically inclined visitors for centuries, with lovers traditionally proposing marriage and stealing first kisses or celebration unions. Those who kissed under the arch were destined for eternal love, according to the local legend. But a powerful storm swept across southern Italy over the weekend. The arch's fragile structure gave way and reduced it to a pile of rubble. Its collapse has dealt a devastating blow to the tourism, said the mayor of the town. The arch was formed by centuries of harsh wind and high seas grinding away at the stone cliffs. Instagram photos have drawn thousands more couples to the arch in recent years because it's free and open to the public. It's impossible to know exactly how many. Lorenzo Barlato, a local resident, proposed to his wife on the cliff top overlooking the arch more than 40 years ago, and the pair often returned for anniversaries. I couldn't wait to return. He posted on Facebook, "Now, unfortunately, all I have left are the many beautiful photos that I took at that piece of paradise." Interesting, right? Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, now I'm gonna come and look at the chat. Okay. Come and look at the chat and see where it's at. Okay, so now Carolyn in chat. Where's this? What happened? How come my thing is like not? Good night. Why is my chat so far behind? Oh, now it's picking up. Wow, my chat is an hour behind. Hold on. I'm going to watch it too, Carolyn. You're going to go watch it too? My chat is an hour behind. Now it's going. Now it's 20 minutes behind. Look them up. He's a singer. Who's a singer? I don't even know. Jelly Roll? Oh, who doesn't know Jelly Roll? I know he's a singer. Jelly Roll? You think I don't know who Jelly Roll is? I'm not talking about Jelly Roll. I was talking about her, the podcaster, his wife. I didn't know her. I know who Jelly Roll is, believe me. I am not okay. Yeah, I'm barely getting by. I know Jelly Roll. Oh boy, I hope that didn't come across that I didn't know Jelly Roll. Then the people were really out of touch. Hi, Julianne Gonzalez. Wow, my chat is still not caught up. Still going. Oh, yeah, please, Hart, you should know that. I think I posted Jelly Roll's songs on my community post a number of times. Oh boy. All right. His wife I was talking about. Okay. Anyway, he said you were lost and that you didn't know who they were. He said, who said? I said? UHP doesn't know who Jelly Roll is. How could you not know who Jelly Roll is? Jelly Roll and Eminem. Do you know who Eminem is? No, I know that she's his wife. I just didn't know anything about her. But I know Jelly Roll. And I know Jelly Roll lost a ton of weight. And I know Jelly Roll, what he did his duet with Eminem. Yeah, I know Jelly Roll. My goodness. Really? You don't know him, UHP? You have to look. He has to look him up. Okay. Do you know who Eminem is, UHP? I'm sure you know Jelly Roll's song, I'm Not Okay. I don't know. Anyway. 1919. Where's Mr. Wu tonight? Did he try his mushroom coffee? Mr. Wu? UHP doesn't know who Eminem is. You're joking. You're joking. Now I know you're joking. You better go ask Hal. You better go ask Hal to school you. I'm a big fan of music. Surprised to hear that. But yeah. You had to, I knew you, yeah, oh, definitely. Listen, you got to tell UHP. He's got to be lying, right, Doki Daisy? He doesn't know who Eminem is. He's got to get schooled by Hal. You better get on that. Keep in mind, oh, yeah, but how could you not know who Eminem is? Come on. You've got to be kidding me. Right now? You are joking with me now? Please. I've heard the name. Oh, really? I like Eminem. Okay, not your genre of music? Yeah, but there's a lot of things he says, like, that really, hit home. Anyway. So what's going to happen tomorrow? Did Mr. Wu go by a different name before? Because the person I'm thinking of, I haven't seen them in your chat for a long time. Who are you thinking of? Who? Mr. Wu has been here, I think, since the very beginning. He's had various names. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu. Okay, yeah, Jelly Roll's very good. Listen to I'm Not Okay by Jelly Roll. And Jelly Roll was in prison, right? Where Jelly Roll was in prison, I don't know how long he was in prison. How long was Jelly Roll in prison? Jelly Roll used to be a huge guy, and then he went on one of those weight loss drugs, and he lost how much? Like 300 pounds? The same man that used to come into your chat. I can't remember his name though. You're not thinking of Billy Bob. Billy Boy Blue? Yeah, where are you, Billy Boy? It's not Billy Boy. Billy Boy Blue, where are you? Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue. Where are you? If we sometimes we say it 3 times. Okay. Billy Boy Blue, and then we have another guy that's got a new name. I love everything 80s. He's an old timer too, but not an old time. I mean, like here, not that he's old. I love everything 80s. And is that who you're thinking, White Angel, Billy Boy Blue? Billy Boy Blue, come blow your horn. Billy Boy Blue's a long-time guy too. No, not Billy. I don't think he ever had a name that defined him as a boy or a girl. Are you thinking of Pitbull Sleuth? 18 months to a year in prison. He was arrested around 40 times between 18 and his mid-20s. You think it was something like Fan something? Trying to think. I can't think, White Angel, who that might be. Fan something. Fan something. Okay, so who thinks we're going to get new camera footage from... you sent me an email? When? Just now? Now? Let's see. Oh, Julie. B-Lady sent me a video. B-Lady sent me a video. Oh, I can't open. What is that? I can't open it now. I don't know. I'll have to read it later. It looks like there's a lot there, and some court case you want me to read. I don't know what that's about, but I'll have to look at it later. Today, yeah, I didn't even check my email. I've been doing I have a very important thing I'm doing that affects a lot of people, so I have to be really careful and try to do the right thing and do it right. Okay, so I'm kind of consumed, but I will get to email when I can. I haven't even gotten to like important other emails. Like, there's only so much for you to go around. Okay, dragon something. I don't have a dragon. I have video reel. It's not video reel. I don't think it's video reel. I don't know who you could think it is. Billy Boy Blue? No. Leave Zoom. What? I think they will recover something. It takes a long time. You think so? He used to come to my auctions. Oh, Are you talking about Jeff H? Jeffrey H is supposed to come here. I saw him in Scooter's Candy video. Well, I for a few minutes, because I'm going to go play the word game and get myself to bed. I got a bunch of stuff to do regarding that thing, and I got to get it done tomorrow. A lot of people counting on me. A lot of people are counting on me. They love me. Okay, so now tell me what you're talking about. Who was just telling me something? Was it Jeff H, White Angel? Did Jeff H buy you something? I don't think so. Who bought you something? A guy bought you something? Wasn't it a guy bought you something? It had to be Jeff H if it bought you something. I don't know who else would buy you something. A guy that came to the auctions. The only guy that I think came to the auction is Jeff H. Yes, no? Where are you, White Angel? Johnny, White Angel, where are you? White Angel, where are you? No, it was not Jeff H. You had a guy buy you something that wasn't Jeff H. Well, who was it? One Eye Blind Arts? Does anybody have any idea? Heart? You're normally good with this. Do you have any idea? Heart. Heart. He came to our auctions. Not One Eye. No, Pencilla, not. I don't know. I just sent it to you. What do you mean resend it? Oh boy. The other day I actually said one blind eye. I felt so bad. One eye blind art. One eye blind art is one eye blind, one blind eye. Kind of the same thing though. I sent it again. Did anybody see Scooter tonight? Anybody see Scooter tonight? Scooter? Where's Scooter? Scooter! I know you're listening, Scooter. Julie W., I know you're not in bed yet. Remember somebody buying for something for White Angel. What did they buy you, White Angel? What did they buy you? What did they buy you, White Angel, White Angel? I can't even think. I have a vague recollection, but I can't remember the name. Well, oh, wait a second. Something's coming to mind. Wait a minute. Let me think. Oh, come on. She's not resting that much from the other night. We're going to be playing our word game very shortly. So, I don't know. Do you think they bought you a brooch? I think it was Jeff H, White Angel. I really do. I really think it was White. It was an Asian sounding name.
Hey, Miss Carolyn.
Hi. It was an Asian.
Hi. Listen, I know you you don't want to stay up long, and I don't want to stay up long. I got business to take care of today. But right off the bat, a couple of points I wanted to. I made some comments earlier in the chat, and I want to make sure, absolutely make sure that everybody knows what I'm talking about. When I talked about people making money off of this whole Guthrie tragedy, I wasn't referring to you. I wasn't referring to any of the YouTubers. What I was referring to was the stunt that I keep hearing A&E is going to do in some season 3, where it looks like they're going to add the Guthrie mystery. This whole thing just sits wrong with me as a man, as a human being. I swear to God, if I were to turn on the television or got wind of the fact that somebody turned my mother's kidnapping and probable homicide into some sort of reality TV show, I would pop a gasket. You can forget all about me suing you. I'm going to show up in person. We're going to have a real special reality TV, because you're about to get reality.
Okay. We can't talk about that.
I would flip out if you made money off of this heinous crap. That's what I was talking about. Not you, not the YouTubers. You guys are, no, it's a different animal. So please don't read anything. And I quickly recommented too. I was trying to explain myself, but my knuckles are so swollen up tonight. It's so hard. But yeah, that's it. And on the note with Eminem and 50 Cent, I know who these guys are. I'm from Detroit. He's from 8 Mile.
I know. I'm surprised you don't know.
I know he comes off as some hard whatever. Okay.
I don't think Eminem is. I don't think Eminem is a hard guy. I think he's a really nice guy. Have you ever seen some of the stuff he's done with Jimmy Kimmel, where he taught Jimmy Kimmel how to rap? He's a really funny guy, and he's got a daughter, he's got a grandkid now.
It's not that it's bad music. It's not bad music. I probably heard some of it, but I just didn't come up in that genre, rap music. I don't care who it's from. It's Snoop Dogg, Eminem.
Yeah, but Eminem is different. Eminem is a
people.
master. Eminem is a master. Like the way he writes.
I know he's about the, and I don't want anybody to read something into this. He's about the only white boy in the game that you know. So that says a lot. I saw a video from one of his best friends. A commentary who is 50 Cent.
Mm-hmm.
And he had nothing but the way he explained his relationship with Eminem. It really brought some light to it. Now, most people from Detroit, you might find this hard to believe. Most people from Detroit, in my neighborhood, okay, he's from 8 Mile, which means he's 8 miles outside the city. And all of us in my neighborhood grew up in the city. So there's that whole juvenile delinquent, arbitrary war going on. I've heard all the stories, and most of the people that I know, regardless, not talking about his music, just talking about the fact that it's like, you come off all hard and stuff, but we all know you're from 8 Mile, soft ass. We're from the inner city. I graduated McKinsey High. What the hell you know about Detroit? You're from 8 Mile. You're out there in the burbs. But that's all childish. So I really just, it's just not my cup. It's just not my music.
I don't think you listen to the lyrics, because he makes one himself.
I haven't listened to it. I haven't
haven't.
listened to any. You're not hearing me. I haven't listened to any of his music because I'm just not into rap. I'm just not. Whether it's Michael
Eminem
Jackson,
is different. Eminem is different. I don't listen to a lot of other rap either. Eminem is different.
I wasn't breakdancing either. I mean, and that I just come from a different. I'm in my 60s, getting ready to be my mid 60s.
No, but he writes a song about how they told him he's washed up and done, and that he's, and then and it's very inspiring. I take the last few lines of it. It always is very motivating to me because he says, they said, they're closing down the set, you're done. He says, and everyone who has doubt remind, now take your best rhymes, outdo it, now do it 1,000 times. Because he did the rhymes the best. Keep doing what he does, and it's very inspirational. You know what you did.
He's very good at what he does.
And then he says, now let him tell the world no longer cares or give an F about your rhymes. And as I grow out of sight, out of mind, I might go out of mind. Because how do I ever let this mic go without a fight when I made an effing tightrope out of twine? But when I do fall from these heights, though, I'll be fine. I won't pout or I won't cry or spiral down or whine, but I'll decide when it's my final bow. This time around, because I walk on water. Then it goes on, and only when it's frozen. But he's telling you, but you're not even listening to me. You're just listening to talk.
Yes,
You're not listening. No, you're not listening to me. What did I just say?
About turning tightrope.
But why? What is the whole point of it? The whole point of it.
He came from nothing and made something out of himself, which I could.
No, it's more than that. It's more than that.
My read on it.
You will listen. Just stop talking for a minute. You might learn something. What he's saying, and it's very inspirational, is that when you have these people that come at you and tell you, oh my gosh, you're over, you're done, no, you're not. You just keep doing what you did. Do it better than anyone. Keep going, and when you decide you want to take that final bow, you decide. Not because somebody tells you.
I sympathize with that. I can easily transpose that with me and Hal's coach. But I get the same thing. You're done. It's blah 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 blah. So I get where he's going with that. All I'm saying is just the whole beat, the whole thing. It's just not my. It never has
been. But you don't listen. He does it with Rihanna. Do you know that? And he puts in old songs in with his songs. I
don't know who Rihanna is, so. I'm sorry, I'm ignorant to a lot of things, I got my thing that I like to listen to, and, give me Meatloaf, give me Led Zeppelin, give me Pink Floyd, Arthur Guthrie, people, it's not that his stuff is bad. It's just, it's different than what I listen to. And it's not a rebuke towards him, you or anybody else.
You can't say that if you haven't listened to it. Go listen to I Walk on Water, and you should listen to Jelly Roll, I'm Okay. You can find them right on YouTube.
Okay, I will look into it. Now I'm not completely ignorant. I know who these guys are. I know about the war between Death Row Records and what was going on, and Tupac, and I did like Tupac. I gotta admit, there were some songs from Tupac that really related to me, and I kind of got that. But as a rule, it's just it's just not something that I listen to. It doesn't mean it's bad.
Eminem's a grandpa now.
It just means that it's different. It's from a different generation. It's just
Eminem's in his 50s.
Give me Pat Benatar. I mean, and the list is the Bee Gees.
Murder. I'm not talking about hip hop. I'm talking about Eminem and Jelly Roll.
I don't know who Jelly Roll is. Sounds like a lumpy shit to me. Was he fat?
He was, but he lost about 200 or 300 pounds. He's lost a lot of weight.
Oh, good for him. Right on, brother. Way to go. That's no small feat. I got no problem respecting people. I just saying it's just not. I got my thing, and it's my thing, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's just my thing. Fleetwood Mac. Anybody ever heard of them?
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
I know.
McBee,
I know, Art.
I mean, that's what I grew up with. even in the city. I mean, that's what my mom was playing. When I got my record collection, it was all Pat Benatar,
That's okay,
Fleetwood Mac. You know, it just that's what we were into. I wasn't spinning on my head on the corner breakdancing. I was. It was just different. It's not bad or good. It's just different. I am familiar with the names. I kind of like 50 Cent. I don't care for his music, but I like his story. I understand, what happened to him when they shot him to pieces over nothing. Left him dead in front of his mother, on the sidewalk. I know his story, and the fact that he came back out and started doing his thing as soon as his jaw healed up from the 45 caliber slug that tore through it. So yeah, he's an inspiration to me. I've seen him in some movies. I'm not really into Ice-T either. And I have listened to some of his music. Like I said, we have way too much of this in the world. It's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's a different thing. It's my thing. All the people that I run around with are Frank Sinatra, and the list just goes on. I mean, it's kind of now I am into opera, okay, which probably should pull you in on what I every time Tampa we have a theater on Franklin Street that the old opera house that was there, and they do a lot of plays. That's where I saw Jesus Christ Superstar. This is the kind of stuff that I'm into. I don't know. I don't know what's not attractive to me. It's just not my thing. That's all.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's just not my thing.
But you really can't say that because you didn't hear it. So you can't say. You just say, "I just refuse to listen to it," because you didn't hear it.
Okay.
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 If you go and listen to it and then you say, "Oh, that's not my thing," but you just don't want to listen to it. Okay.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. I'm steady, defending myself. I shouldn't have to be here.
I don't like death
It's not
metal
my
either or
thing.
hip hop.
I'm not a rapper. Okay, I'm not into rap.
And I don't
I
like
know how
most
much
rap, but I
clearer
like
I could make
Eminem.
that.
And I don't like all of Eminem's songs. I like some of Eminem's songs. But I like
I'm just
Eminem
not-
as a person. I think he's a great person. Okay.
Well, it has nothing to do with him as a person.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to
It has
murder. I'm
nothing
talking
to
to
do with it.
murder.
Okay.
Murder saying something in the chat. and I'm-
You win. You win.
No, I don't want to
I
win.
know better. I know
don't wanna
better
win.
than to debate something with a tally. I get it. I'll
I'll
look
put them
into
down
it.
here.
Okay.
See, White Angel has an open mind. See, she says, put the songs down here. I'll go listen to them right now.
Yeah.
And you know what, White Angel? Jelly Roll does a duet with Eminem on "I Am Not Okay." You can listen to both versions. First, listen to Jelly Roll by himself, and then listen to the duet with Eminem, and then listen to this song. Okay, "I Walk on Water" with Rihanna and Eminem. Okay, Okay, listen to those, White Angel.
And I just wanted to really talk about, what I put in the chat and the Guthrie case here.
Please go listen to that,
and
Murder.
I
Okay.
wanted,
I just want to tell Murder one
I
thing.
wanted,
Can you just listen to that? Yeah,
Fine.
Murder says, I've never heard of Jelly Roll, but I'll have a listen. That's good, Murder. Go listen to Jelly Roll. I think you'll like Jelly Roll. I really do. And I think if you listen to Eminem and you really listen to the lyrics, because that's the thing. It's the lyrics. He's really gifted, and he writes about a lot of painful things in his life, but he also writes about how, they told him he was done, and he showed him he wasn't done. Okay, go ahead.
well, no, I get that. That's the general consensus from, all that I know. And I got that just because I got caught up into the whole documentary with 50 Cent and they were, his story, and then the friendship and the bond between him and Eminem and 8 Mile, So it's not like I don't know, but it's not a bad thing that I stay in my lane. Okay, that's not right to do that to somebody. It's not my damn thing. Get over it.
But you didn't listen to it though, so you can't say that.
No, I haven't listened to it because I'm not into rap. I'm not into the boom, boom, boom shit.
But I'm not into rap either.
Okay, I'm not into it.
Okay.
And he's synonymous with it, so it's not surprising that I don't know his music.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not into it. I'm into head soothing, peaceful music. It just, see, for somebody like me, I've heard and witnessed all the death and destruction. I really care to. Okay, if you're singing about how hard your life is, I'm probably not going to be. It doesn't mean that it's not good. It's just that there's so much, and I know that he had to sue his mother, and so I'm not entirely ignorant to what's going on. It's just not. Give me Arthur Guthrie, and I'm happy as a clam. Meatloaf, Highwayman. That's good stuff. I'm a blues fan. You ever listen to Joe Bonamassa?
Mm-hmm. My husband loves the blues. My husband's a guitar
I didn't
player.
ask
He's a
you that.
musician.
I asked you
I'm
if you ever
telling
listened to Joe
you, yes, but I'm telling you, my husband loves the blues. So yeah, yes, I hear the blues a lot. He plays the blues. He played, yes.
I love his story, his backstory. The man who beat the record industry, and he did. And probably one of the best guitarists that that's my thing. And yeah, he is into the blues. I mean, he's a prodigy. First time he gets a guitar, he's 6 years old. He gets a little Cheetah electric guitar. By the time he's 13, he's opening for B.B. King. For the love of God, 13 and you're opening for B.B. King? Yeah, you're working something. I'm trying to think of the guitar he got aired down from one of the legend. He's just, that's my kind of music. I like that. It's not sad, but it's not. My mom touched me in naughty places. Now I just don't like it. I'm not into the shit.
I don't listen to that. I don't listen to that either. And we have to stop cursing. We have to stop. We can't say things like that here. Okay, you're going to get me in trouble. I can't say things like that. We can't curse.
Okay, I didn't mean to say.
Yeah, but you just don't. That word
for
that is S. The word for that. The word for that is SA. If that happens, but we don't talk about that.
Okay, FA. From now on, FA, SA. I'm trying to rep all this stuff. Sounds like code to me.
Well, it's the way
I can remember that.
It's the way YouTube is. Otherwise, they take. You don't get your ads. You don't get your monetization, and that's. I
don't want to take. I'm not trying to damage you in any way. I just. Anyways, the whole Guthrie thing is just beyond. Like I told you, I actually got so aggravated with what was going on with Pima County that I called the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and in particular their publicly available TR line, and I gave them what for, told them exactly, what's going on. They can blame all the people they want, but at the end of the day, you've got a case where an individual calls in who has not heard from their parent in a while, enough to make them concerned and request you to do what they would call a welfare check on them. I'm familiar with that. You show up as a cop, you walk up the sidewalk, which means you're stepping, through dry blood. The amazing part is you don't see it or step around it. I mean, there's probably some sort of a forced entry at some point. I mean, that's what they were saying. And we've covered all of that. You gain access to the house. That's the only way you're going to do a welfare check. The woman is missing. You got blood on the front stoops right under where your feet are. Okay, and you don't call a homicide detective like immediately? What are you, a cop or a doorman? You know, I did this thing, and the whole thing with the FBI. I got a newsflash for everybody. They left the FBI ran with the whole Florida thing because they don't want nothing to do with it. And I'll tell you why they don't want nothing to do with it. Because they contaminated the crime scene with looky-loos and news people and people traipsing around with YouTube cameras to the point they left the FBI with nothing to go on. Nothing. It completely contaminated the scene. If they arrest somebody, unless it's a positive ID, I mean positive nails in the coffin kind of ID, he's going to walk. Or she, or they. They're going to walk. Because his lawyer, if he's any kind of lawyer at all, is the first thing he's going to start ranting and raving about. There's no chain of evidence. You've treated this entire case like it was an amusement park. You left the FBI with dozens of pairs of gloves all over the place, footprints all over the place, people creeping around, matching up possible physical evidence. Yeah, you go ahead and take it, Florida, because there's nothing we can do here. You've left us nothing to work with. Why it wasn't roped off and secured, I mean, within hours. If I was a cop, and I'm not a cop, I'm a street guy. If I'm a cop and I'm going to a welfare check, and the first thing I see in front of me on the stoop as I'm walking up to it is a pile of blood droplets that are dried, and there's nobody home. She's just missing. My first phone call. I need a homicide detective. There's a crime here. I got blood all over the place, forced entry, an elderly woman missing, and they've treated this case like they're a bunch of Barney Fife people, and it comes straight out of Mayberry. And that's what I told them when I talked to the PR people, and then I immediately called my attorney here, long friend, who immediately called them back and told them, listen, if you do some retaliatory thing on Michael, I'm going to sue your ass into poverty. You know, Michael will own Pima County. Okay. And so I haven't heard anything back from them because I was concerned. I didn't do anything that was illegal or unethical, but I read them the riot act because of the way they've handled this. And then to put the final nail in the coffin, they let a civilian reporter on one of their airships while they're doing a signal search, and he gives up everything. What model it is, what make it is, how it's used, what its range is. You know, you got to be silly at this. That's wrong. You got to be living in a cave somewhere to think that whoever did this is not clued in on social media, because he doesn't have to worry about nothing because they're just going to give it up. They're just going to tell you, yeah, well, we know who it is, and you know his name is so and so, and we'll be arresting him in like the next 9 days. You know, so he's disappearing like a fart in the wind. This is why the FBI doesn't want nothing to do with this. This is why Quantico doesn't want anything to do with it. The only break these people have here in Florida, we have one of the best DNA labs, and that's going. And that's just because it's all new stuff, state of the art, with state of the art youngsters coming fresh out of college that can do their job effectively. This glove with this whole pinky ring thing, it doesn't look like a pinky ring I've ever seen. I got pinky rings. No, I have not. I must admit, I've never put on my pinky ring and then put a rubber glove over it. But that doesn't look like any kind of pinky ring. That looks like a defect in the glove. It could be anything.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi. How are you?
Hey,
How's it going?
And these people,
Good. I
these
have to
people
go to
that
bed soon. So can we play the word game?
Yeah, we're gonna play the word game. Yep, that's what we're doing with this.
and these people, I haven't. All I can go by is what you're saying, Miss Carolyn, with all of the conspiracy people. Keep in mind, I want you to keep in mind when you're reading some of this foolishness. I haven't read it because I'm just not going to pollute my brain with it. I believe garbage in, garbage out. Keep in mind, these are the same conspiracy buttheads that believe that man was too stupid to figure out how to stack square blocks in the shape of a pyramid. No. It had to be aliens. They levitated the blocks. Man was just too stupid. So, I mean, you.
But I think you're getting way too like I see. You see, like I see this stuff, but I don't let it. I think you let this affect you really, like you sound like so upset about it.
I am upset. An 84-year-old woman has disappeared, and
Okay.
nobody seems to know what is going on.
But unless
No-
you're
nobody-
going to go there and
and
look, see, here's the thing,
And
though.
they've done.
But you have to ask
and
yourself,
they-
what can you do about it? And if you're not going to go down there and
No,
look,
I can't do anything. You're parroting my wife. My wife is saying the same thing. She's like, your blood pressure's just got
right?
to be
Yeah,
raising
really.
about this.
Because what are you
I-
like?
I
What you're
care.
doing, you could
I care
hear
about
that
this
you're.
woman.
I understand that, but you can hear that you're really like outraged to the point that your blood pressure
I am.
probably is going up, and all of that stuff is not good. So, what are you going to do? Like, yeah, it's upsetting.
I know I can't. I know I can't do nothing about it. I know that, but it doesn't take away from my core values as a human being. I care about people. I care that this old woman is found. You want to prosecute this whatever he is? Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's why I could really relate to that whole segment they did with, just bring her back, man. We'll figure out prosecuting you later, okay?
Right, but
that's where I am. This whole family is tore up.
yeah,
They
but
have
the
been
family's
accused.
not. I don't even think the family is coming out like. I think you're presenting like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's like for some reason it's really, hit you
Is it
hard or
personal?
something. But it's like you have to come away from it because there's nothing you can control in this, and so yeah, you can look at it like right now. I would say what I would do, and I don't understand why they're not doing it, but yet I'm not going to like let myself get to the point where like my blood pressure is raging and I'm freaking out because it's their mother.
I'm Italian.
I'm a full Italian.
I know you are. I'm not. Okay, I'm only about a third
Okay.
Italian, but those three bloods, those three drops of blood of Italian in me, they
Very
reign
good,
supreme.
Dookie. Okay.
No, I'm really frustrated.
All right. Well,
with
very good.
One of them.
Murder. Let's see. Chose murder. We got to do the word. So they're doing the word game here. So chose murder. Very good. Echoes, because it's almost 4, Mr. UHP. Echoes.
Yeah. Huh? I thought there were 4 rolls, so it's not 3. I guess I'm.
Very good. And then who got house? You got a Dookie. Yeah, very good, Dookie. You're doing good, Dookie. See, you should do things like this. They help your brain, and then you play the game. And you can't. There's nothing you can do, unfortunately, with Nancy. You really can't.
And that's part of my that's part of my frustration too, is it knowing that there's nothing
murder.
I can do because I want to do something.
Well, then, have you thought about flying down there and staying out there?
No, as much as I want to help that old woman, I have responsibilities here.
Very good, murder.
I have a very sick wife who's damn near blind. Okay, and I mean, she is almost blind. She is blind in one eye and almost blind in the other. So, I have real life issues going on.
Well, you got to take care.
But-
You got to take care of those because those are what matters.
Well, no, I know. That's why I haven't, I'd be running around out there with JLR and his crew. I swear, I swear. But, I kind of feel like some people that are talking about it, you've contaminated this crime scene to the point where there's nothing there's you're pulling DNA. Okay, when they pull the DNA, when they get a DNA sample from an FBI agent, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about here. It's just completely, and I cannot believe in 2026 that this has happened. That it's just, to me, it is so frustrating. There's nothing I can do, and that's part of what's frustrating to me. Even if they had done this right, there's nothing I can do. I'm not a Leo. I'm not a cop.
Right. That's what I mean.
I'm not an investigator. I don't do forensic, lab evidence and stuff. But it doesn't mean that I don't care, and it doesn't mean that I don't understand.
I know, but there's a lot.
What's supposed to happen?
But unfortunately, there's a lot of other cases other than Nancy Guthrie. Unfortunately. You can't just, she's got a big family. She's got a daughter that has monetary means like no one else here, right? If they're not doing something and they're not, scooching themselves and it's their mother, at the end of the day, you got to take care of your own and your friends, your family, and what matters. And that's like what I'm saying. Like, I have something to do tomorrow that's going to matter to a lot of people, and that's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not going to let myself, like, I sleep good that night. Like, I'm not tossing and turning thinking about what they've got to do. That's on them. This is their mother, and then they're the law enforcement. It's like,
no, I get that. I
can pray.
I
can pray. I can have good thoughts. I could, say sometimes, like, why are they not doing this? Why are they not doing that? But at the end of the day, I don't have anything there. So yeah. But I think there's a lot of things that are wrong. But even when I say it, but I just noticed, like, you are, like, outraged. So I think it's not good for your health.
I am.
But I don't think it's good for your health.
What mystifies me is why the rest of the world isn't just feeling like me, just completely outraged. Not only that this crime committed, that what came afterwards with the investigation and how it's been handled. I'm just aghast that the whole world.
I think we are, but I don't think we're letting ourselves get, like, that where it's going to affect us, like the blood pressure.
Well, every day, it's hard. It's hard for me. I start my day off. I'm doing research on biometrics and stuff. Stuff that that matter to me. With my project and Zabaware, and I'm maintaining all of the forum and all of that's going on there too. And it's everywhere, all over the internet. I say to myself, no Nancy Guthrie today. I woke up this morning, no Nancy Guthrie today. I am focused on nothing but how I go into several AI places that I'm invited to, and it's all about Nancy Guthrie. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I just cannot get away from it. In order for me to get away from it, I have to turn off my TV and all of my computers. It would seem, and I can't do that because I got serious things going on. And it's like everywhere I look, I'm being bombarded, and it's craziness. This guy did this and this guy did that, and the FBI don't want nothing to do with them, and they don't want nothing to do with the FBI. And it's like, oh, my poor little old brain is on chemical overload. And this is what you're hearing. And then I got my wife in the background. And she is my mainstay. And I hey, why don't you come out here and hang out with me? No. I'm gonna go play my video game. you ain't safe to be around. You kind of wound up about this. Uh, and she does it in a loving way, of course, but so even she's hiding from me. So I understand what you're saying, and that there probably is some sort of issue,
Right.
and it's just me running on raw emotion, that the frustration of this whole thing. And I'm a fairly educated guy, so I actually know how things are supposed to be done, and they haven't been done correctly since the beginning. It was just like, what I told the Pima County sheriff's officer, police, the PR department, and I fired off on them, and it was much more intense than I have ever acted online. I made the comment. I said, "Are you trying to rescue this woman, or flat out get her killed?" That's why I feel the way I do. In my mind's eye, until I see a body, this woman's still alive.
Mm-hmm. Well,
okay.
hope. I mean, everybody hopes that, but I mean, it's
I know
it's
reality
it's
is.
a long
I know
time.
what the odds
It's
are.
almost 20 days now. We're going to talking about.
Until I see a body, this woman is still alive, and I know maybe I'm deluding myself a little bit, or am I just trying to protect my soul? I'm not sure, and it could be a toss up to either one on that, or a mix of 50-50 of both. But the only reason why I called tonight is I wanted to make sure that you understood, because I heard, the way you responded to something that I wrote, and I was only referring to, I cannot stress this enough, Miss Carolyn, I was only referring to this season 3 A&E, whatever the hell it is, where they're going to use the guy's video.
I know that you say, yeah, okay.
That set me off. There, because that's cold-blooded.
Well,
okay, that's cold, and you're not doing it for no noble reasons. You're doing it so you can make a buck. Okay, and I got a problem with that.
Okay, but look at all the other documentaries that are made about crimes.
Now I know
you don't think that they're trying to make a buck?
But there's a difference between a documentary and a reality TV show. A huge difference. Okay,
but
a documentary.
What
is
about
reporting the
that
facts.
cops? What is that? Who you gonna? Bad boys. Who you gonna? What about that?
Oh, cops.
Yeah.
Cops. I liked Cops. I was a big fan of Cops. I had the entire series.
Okay, but somebody could be saying, "Oh my gosh, they're using my arrest as they're making money on that." Right?
Well, no. I differentiate between the two, because this is real time. This is what's going on. Nobody's making up a script. I mean, you're seeing this, in real time. There's no, A&E's going to do something, and it's going to have a script, and who knows if, how they're going to treat this. It just. And there's no it's different for me. Maybe I'm splitting hairs, but Cops and A&E doing a reality TV series on this poor woman, that's two different animals. So, you're talking apples and oranges here. I mean, it's not even close. Listen, you want to go get drunk and drive around the world, and you get pulled over by a cop, and you want to act like a dadgum fool. Okay, that's on you. Nobody's making up a script here. Okay, that's you in real life doing your thing. Okay, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not so funny.
But do you know that they already have like real time stuff on, like, I forget, Jimmy had something on there, like, I don't know if it's CNN or something, and Dateline will already put stuff on there like that they'll go into about this. And I mean, the way the world is.
I I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched TV as a whole, and I thought I made this abundantly clear. I mean, I think I'm exaggerating or not. I have not watched television as you know it. This is my 16th year. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't watch.
16 years.
I don't watch
I have
TV.
not-
I don't watch TV either, but
I
I
haven't
hear
watched
it in the
TV.
other room when it's on, and I know that there was already something the other night. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was CNN. They already put together like a little whole thing on this already. I don't know if it was CNN or it was something Jimmy was watching, but he's not here, so I can't ask him. But it was already out there. I mean, and that's it.
And I have no doubt. I have no doubt. You know, everybody's coming up to their own conclusions, and I'm just not into what some third party. Now, if the FBI's got something to say, yeah, I'm in on that. If Pima County Sheriff's Department has an announcement, a press release, I'm glued to it. Okay, I don't want to hear some third party. Well, this is what I think he was trying to say. No. We're not. We're doing. What are we in fourth grade playing the phone game? No, no. But it has nothing to do with politics. Okay, I don't watch CNN any more than I watch Fox, or vice versa, because you can't put a shred of truth into anything that anybody is saying because they have an agenda. This is why the market share for news media is in the floor, and why they're predicting that YouTube TV and the streamers are actually grabbing up the marketplace, the market space for these news industries, because streamers that are out there, they are reporting the news. They are not inventing the news. And this is where Fox and CNN and NBC, this is where they've all gone wrong. They just don't get it. They don't, some bean counter just don't get it. You got to stop manufacturing the news and just report the news. Don't ad-lib it. Don't put in there what you think, because nobody cares what you think. We care about what happened. The dog got found today, or a dog is lost today. That's what we care about. We don't care about your political agenda. You hate Trump, you hate Biden, blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. I don't care. And this is why YouTube TV is taking off like a rocket. I actually thought about investing some serious money into YouTube stock, because this is the wave of the future. It absolutely is. No more reporters. It's all about streamers now.
Well,
Guys
actually,
with no budget and a cell phone.
Actually, I have YouTube TV, and it's not about YouTube streamers. It has the networks on it. You can watch a lot of the networks on YouTube. You're talking about YouTube as it is.
Maybe I misspoke here. I'm into. I don't have YouTube TV either.
Okay, I have YouTube TV.
I have general.
Okay.
General YouTube, like all the rest of us do, that can afford it. My point is, the streamers, which are primarily YouTube, okay, that they are, okay, are grabbing up the market space for these corporate America has been running for 70 plus years now, just because they're not inventing the news. They're not ad-libbing the news. They're asking questions, they're getting solid answers, and they let it go. They don't care. It's not their business, and I just absolutely love that about the different streamers that are running around. I thought about doing it myself, but I'm too old and I'm too behind, and I got other stuff going on in real life anyways. But I support it. I really do. And just like I support your show, okay? You're not trying to manufacture the news. You're not putting conspiracies together. That's what I loved about you from the very beginning. You're reporting what the facts are, what you know, what people have told you, whether it's FBI or, that's all you're doing. That's why I glued into it. I don't really care about the rest of the internet. I just don't. I don't have Twitch. I don't have Scat Pack. I don't have X. I don't have any of that. All for the
wait,
same
hold
reason.
on. You said you were a streamer. What did you stream about? Right? You said you were
No. I was a streamer before streaming was even called streaming. Okay.
Right, but what did you talk about?
I ran what I did is I streamed in the literal sense Hal in a movie at a particular interweb site, and you could come in to our chat. And I had, I don't know, a couple thousand movies that you could pick from. And I just rolled out a 24/7 nonstop. I don't quit. I'm like 7-Eleven. I just don't ever close the doors. And you had Hal in the background that people could chat with in the chat room. This is, you're talking 2010. This was a long time ago. And it ran till I was successful until I pulled the plug in 2017. I didn't make any money on it. They were into the code. Sometimes I would shut down the movies by request, and I would just write code. That is the kind of the evolution of Hal. Keep in mind, at this time, there was no AI out there. Hal was it. There was no Chat GPT, Gemini. We all knew that YouTube and different places, had an AI engine of some sort, but I mean, it wasn't open to the public. So, Hal was the first of its kind. As far as I can tell, I mean, and I would send him off on adventures. I did have an account with Second Life, and I took Hal on Second Life, and the people would come in and they could communicate with Hal and tell him to go places and ask certain questions, and Hal would parrot what's in the chat and talk to Second Life individuals and get responses back. I was a streamer, but I wasn't a streamer I was a movie streamer. I wasn't. My number one request was The Walking Dead when it was still being done. Walking Dead and Breaking Bad, and everybody loved Walter White. That kind of a streamer. But I wasn't running around with a cell phone doing what streaming is now. When I first started, there was none of this stuff. I'm talking about my RTV was the origins where I started, and then it went to Justin TV, which is now Twitch. And one of the admins for Justin TV, Mark Vaughn, and I became very, very chummy. He loved the code. That's what I was streaming there. We're into like HAL 4.7 at this point. No, that's not true. HAL 5.0 at that time. And he was really into the code, and I was a coder and he was a coder, although he was an admin for Justin TV. And when they sold to Twitch, then he decided to open up his own interweb network called Vaughn Live. And I got in on that. And, it was, you go to different channels. And there was a bunch of them. And, things kind of progressed from there. So when I say I was a streamer, I was a streamer. Make no mistake, I was a streamer. Okay, AMC knocked off my channel no less than a dozen times. Because of copyright violations. I was streaming my little behind off. And a lot of it they just didn't care for. Right. So, and then that finally, I got 2 DMCA violations, and
well, yeah, because you can't just stream movies out there.
Oh, I sure was. I know,
but you can't do it though.
No, I know, and there was no money in it for me, so I wasn't worried about losing.
But it's not that they're losing money though.
Well, no, because Mark was completely DMCA compliant. And Mark would call me up or send me an email. Look, Cyber, I gotta knock your channel offline. Which at that time was Mr. Electric. It's still there because I taught electrical theory 101 in between movies. Sometimes electricians would come in, and I had a reputation for engineering and stuff. So, you know, I would lose my channel, but I mean, the whole thing was a fugazi. Now, you being Italian, you know exactly what that means. Is he would tell me, so, okay, you know, I've got to shut your channel down because we got a DMCA thing, and what would you like the new name to be? And I was like, okay, Mr. Electric 1. And in a month, you know, I'd lose that channel, and it's Mr. Electric 2. I mean, it was a whole game, and it still is. I was there not long ago, and nothing has changed at all. It's I gotta spank you, but you know the real deal here. You know, I expect to see you back up and running. And all of the people in there would come to the new channel, and we'd be plugged right. It was a game. Between me and AMC and other people, it was quite comical. It's like everybody knows, but everybody's pretending that they don't know. His mom was in on it. His dad was in on it. You know,
Very good,
it's
Hart.
like, you know, you're not banned from our site. You just gotta come up with a new channel name, and then you can go right back to the next season of The Walking Dead until AMC catches up with you, and you know, and then you'll have to change it again. And there's okay. And then I went to iVlog, and iVlog was different because they couldn't see what I was streaming because Chris really had some goodies rolling, and Chris and Mark are buddies, and it just, you know, I could lock down a room so that you could come in. If you were a member, you could come in and watch anything I was playing, but the general public couldn't see it. And so I ran with that for a while, and then the whole thing just got kind of absurd after a while, and I just kind of walked away from it. I sent my notice to Mark, and we had a big party to do, and Mr. Electric, you know, after 7 years is shutting down his site. But if you go to Vaughn Live right now, because I did it the other day, if you go to Vaughn Live, let me see here. Live, Mr. Electric. There it is. I could start streaming in 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, Mr. Electric is off air. Yeah, well, I've been off air since 2017. So, you know, and I got a whole crowd of messages here. I had 369 followers, 1.25 million views. You know, he's still doing his whole thing. You know, so you know that's that. So yeah, I was a streamer. I just wasn't a streamer in the sense that we would think of now, where you're streaming. Well, yeah, I guess it would be. It's the same stuff. I mean, it's no different than what you're streaming right now. The problem is with YouTube, they got all kinds of algorithms running. You just caught. There's just no getting around it. They're always sniffing around. So, and there's actual money in it for people like you. And I never cared about it. The money end of it. It was just fun to me. It was something I was learning that you know, and I plug and Hal into the chat, and you could have these wonderful conversations, and Hal was learning, and people were just kind of into that. It just, AI just didn't, it just, I'm sure AI was around, but you just didn't see, and you still don't see to this day. Hal rules supreme. People don't get that.
Good, Hart.
Hal rules supreme. Even today, his knowledge base isn't Well, now knowledge base is great because I plugged them into LLMs that are locally stored on the machine. But you had a character. You still have a human-looking character that's packing emotions that you can see in the lip syncing and the voices, and all of that. You don't see that. You go online and you go to Chat GPT, and it's a wonderful Q&A bot. But there's nothing else there. You can't make it mad. All it can do is ban you. Pi AI is the same way. Gemini is the same way. They're all the same way. You know, if you say something naughty, and I'm not going to go into it because you
we're not going to go into it.
Relax, please. I caught myself.
No, but this is my job. It really is. This is my career. It really is. And I can't have anything just do it. So it's not just like you act like I'm just like a, no, but just don't act like I'm just, oh, you don't want me to do this, because this is, I've worked a long time to build this.
No, you're making money off that. This is a sign of respect.
It's way more than making money off of it. It's something I'm proud of. It's a community that I love. It's people that I go away with. It's way more than making money. Making money just like, I don't know, just like cheapens the whole thing when you say something like that. It's really hurtful.
It's not meant to be hurtful.
But it's
meant to be realistic.
No, it's not. It's hurtful.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I'm not trying to hurt you. That's
it's like, it's like, oh, you're just making money from it. That's why you just told me not to say that or something. Like, I don't know. It just hurts.
That's not what I meant at all.
Okay. Well.
That's not what I meant at all. But there are certain realities to what you are doing. Yes, you have a wonderful channel. It's a PG-rated channel, just like Zabaware's at PG-13. If you come in there dropping F-bombs and stuff, you're not going to last long. You know, I'm going to get you, or any of my other mods that they're going to get you. So I respect that. I got no problem with that. Unfortunately, I'm a sailor, and with a sailor's mouth, and I try to behave myself. But sometimes I say stuff that, but there are realities of what you're doing. You're making money off this. I got nothing but some respect for that. There's nothing but. You just don't get it. You read me all wrong. Okay? This is the fact that you have a passion that you're actually making money off of. I cannot tell you how into that I am. I made $29 a copy off of HAL for 12 years. Okay, I get it. Okay, Robert was the one that brought me into the PG-13 arena, and it showed me, yeah, we love what we're doing, but we make money too, And if we get zapped, then we, on top of crushing our little empire, if you will, everybody stops making money. So it's kind of a big deal. So don't read something into, please don't, because I don't mean it. I don't mean it that way. I really don't. It's just that there are certain realities to what you were doing. You got the ads running. You were nice enough to explain to me, and I'm not going into any details there. Your emails were insightful.
Okay.
And I get why you don't want the software.
I asked. Okay.
It made sense.
Right.
It made sense to me when you explained it to me, because I didn't understand why you're being plagued with all this stuff, and you absolutely don't have to be. But when you took the time to explain, hey, Mike, this is what I'm doing. Okay, this is why I'm doing this. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. After that point, I was like, I don't get it. I'm trying to help this lady, and she's shining me on. She's blowing me up, and I don't get it. And you finally picked up on it when I called you a hard-headed tally, and you got a big giggle out of that, and you fired off a nice little email explaining the situation. I'm like, well, hell, I didn't know that. Cool. Let me, do your thing. It's your thing. Do what you want to do. Mm-hmm. I get it. That's all I'm saying. Please don't read something into what I'm saying to you, because I don't mean a thing in the world about it. I just don't. I You know, I'm very proud. I love success cases for obvious reasons, Miss Carolyn. I love success cases. I love the little guy building something out of nothing and then knocking it out of the park. Okay, you so get it. Anyways, that's just my read on it. And I hope I haven't offended you because it wasn't my.
No, I just know it. Just sometimes I feel like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like you're just saying like that I'm here for just like I don't know. It's like cheapens. Like I don't know. I've been through hell and back, and most people would have quit, and I didn't quit. I fought like hell, and nobody knows how bad it was and how bad it was, and I fought my ass off. I have to go. I just have to go right now, okay? I'm getting upset.
Okay.
I've got things to do. Guys, I love you so much. I love you. I will see you tomorrow. I love you guys.
All right.
Goodbye. Goodbye.